Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Friday, December the 8th. My name is Mary Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. I've been told you can hear me and see my screen. Maybe somebody in YouTube can do the same. So, yeah, I had a question about MBI. I have no idea. I mean, this is a special dividend that was declared. It's an $8 one. It's only up 5. So I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen from here. Thank you, Pepe. Now, first of all, we had some spy action. The non-farm payroll numbers came out at 8:30. Their initial reaction was way down, and then it popped right back up, and now we're just sort of sitting here. So really, I mean, the numbers came in. I hate to say worse than expected. They added jobs instead of decreasing jobs. I guess that's the idea. They're looking for, of course, any way that inflation can come down. But anyway, these are the numbers, and so the initial reaction was down, and then it came right back up. Now, this INTS could be really interesting. I mean, very eye-catching headline. Again, William, you'd probably have a way better. Okay, this is not what I read first. Did I read the wrong one? I thought I said something that said 95. Oh, here we are. A single injection can induce up to 95% necrosis of a tumor. Anyway, eye-catching headline. Okay. However, it is still early in terms of it's a phase one or two. I thought it was later. Phase two, three. Study design and protocol for a phase 2/3. So it is still very early. Anyway, INTS really jumped on that news, went from 3 up to 15, pulled back somewhat. Low float, 8 million in the float. Hara. Now, I mistakenly thought it was because the writer strike was over, but I guess that news hit on the 5th. But other news for Para reported Skydance boss and Redbird Capital have approached 77% Paramount shareholder National Amusements regarding a potential deal. So that was the reason for the para up. That's kind of what I thought. I said it's an eye-catching headline, William. Definitely an eye-catching headline for INTS. SOAR is up. I won't say it. SOAR is up. And they had some news, launches partner benefits program to provide elevated luxury experiences for members. Okay. So that was the reason for SOAR. Soaring higher. Not shortable for me. Vroom, VRME, or Verify Me. I'm sorry, it's not Vroom. Verify Me. I looked at it and it got up to 247 and it's come right back down. Still up 26%. Surges on a share buyback program or buyback announcement. Curve. Let's see if Curve, if there's a reason for this one. Curve. I couldn't find a reason for. Oh, I'm sorry. It is. It's an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Curve is an earnings play. CURV is an earnings play. Released earnings after hours yesterday. No big reaction. Not a bad reaction this morning. It's up 25%. First Solar, FSLR. A little bit of a move here, 3.6%. Trading higher after Morgan Stanley upgraded them from 214 to 230. Wow. Okay. Well, there's a big there's a big upgrade, guys. Sometimes you see these upgrades and the price is already the stock is already at that price, not even close. So they raised it from 214 to 237. This is a $150 stock. So there's Morgan Stanley. Okay. Nobody is saying it's getting to this price, but that is the reason for the pop. NetI, NETI. Yeah, when I saw it, it was up here. It's pulling back. Yeah, I don't see any reason for it. Actually, I do see a reason for it. This is a stock out of Monaco. Must be a nice office. Huh. Okay, so this is you really have to read this to understand what's going on. I don't want to play this one. Restoration. Well, it used to be restoration, but RH moving down on earnings. Pretty big jump. I'm blown away by this, guys. I had no idea the float was so low. Really? 15 million float for a $256 stock? Mm. Okay, thank you, Pepe. I'll check my Amazon and see if it's available in Canada. I cannot believe the float for a restoration. Well, it used to be Restoration Hardware or yeah, Restoration Hardware, just now RH. The float is 15 million. That's amazing. If that's correct. CDMO, I think this is an earnings play on the way down. Cheap one. CDMO earnings play. Yeah, dropping 15%. It is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays, of course. Here's one I didn't see earlier, but this is DocU, DOCU is an earnings play. This is a fairly active one. Yeah, that's why I'm not seeing it here. It's only down, has to be down 3% or up 3% for it to meet these, to get into these two topless windows. Now, HCP is well over 21% down. HashiCorp. So this is gapped way down on earnings and basically a lifetime low now. Lifetime low looks like it's right here, 1885. So very, very close to a lifetime low for HCP. Now I have to admit what I'm seeing, and again, I don't know if it's going to happen today. For a lot of these, is that they actually have nice bounces during the day now. They're getting close to a lifetime low on earnings or some news. They seem to have little bounces. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. Actually, more for a bounce play. And Roblox. Okay, so here's your news to Roblox, guys. Roblox. I don't even know how to pronounce her last name, but Nicki Minaj. I don't know, Nicki Minaj. Anyway, has joined the platform. I know who she is, but I don't know how to pronounce the last name. Um, so reporting, she has joined the program. This is for Roblox. The other one I saw was Momo, Momo, Momo. This is an earnings play. This is an earnings play. This in the past has been super active out of China, actually. Yeah, China. Mange, as in French, to eat. Para, para, para. I know. Para, para, para. Coming into the 200-day moving average, guys. So 617 is the 200-day moving average for para. There you have some news. So INTS, guys. So this is it's fading quite a bit actually, but I have an alert set for the high of this previous 15-minute candle. I might set an alert over 10 just to see if it gains some traction again on that headline. But it's almost been cut in half, almost from the high in the pre-market. Yes, Casa, you must have just joined. Here's your news for Roblox. All right. Nikki Minaj. I don't know. Anyway, here's your news for Roblox. No, I don't have the layout saved, but the individual scans are available, Andy. Okay, individual scans. I don't. I have a my layout extends to several monitors. So what I do is instead I just get you guys to go to my home page, and then you can kind of pick and choose the scans you want. Okay. So you can have the pre-market actives up and down, normal option activity, OMO. When this is the one, of course, I'm going to be really paying attention to the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. I'm going to pay extreme attention to it. Menage. That's what I thought. Hmm. Thank you, Jamie. All right, 9:13. Well, I better get at it. Take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. All right. Well, we've got a few of each. So let me see if I could find something interesting in terms of the upgrades. We did see the big upgrade for First Solar. First Solar, big upgrade by was it JP Morgan? It was more well, might even say it here. Morgan Stanley. I'm sorry, Morgan Stanley. Big upgrade for First Solar by Morgan Stanley to 237, a previous target of 214, 237. Now the stock is sitting at 150. So that's what we call conviction. Actually, Morgan Stanley is pretty active this morning in their upgrades. That's the one I would pay attention to, though, guys. I would, going forward. I mean, that is a big upgrade. Ah, sorry guys, I forgot to put the caps lock on, so you're gonna see some, the symbols in, lowercase, most of them. All right, and get the downgrades in now. Quite a few of each today. Yeah, I can't get them all in. There's let's see, Morgan Stanley on a downgrade for QCOM. Let's take a look. What QCOM is right now. Just trying to pick out some of the names that people will know. Looks like they've downgraded to 119. All right, guys, now I want to take a look at the sectors. Click on New from our toolbar. Click on Dock Channel bar. Click on Show More. And scroll down. There we are, sector status. So we're in for a mildly negative open. So what you're seeing here, major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy, 100% in green. What does it mean? It means that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So there must have been a little spike in oil or something overnight, oil prices. So that's why the 100%. And nothing really shaking anywhere else in terms of communications down 92% down. I mean, 92% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close. But as always, I only really care right now. I want to see what XLE is, where it is with respect to the 200-day moving average. Still moving away from that 200-day moving average. Take a look at healthcare, XLV. Yeah, still hanging over that 200-day moving average. I think only then XR, I think only energy, consumer staples, XLP. I think those are the only two below the 200-day moving average still. XLP might be getting closer. Still up here. Yeah, I think that's it. I think the rest of them are above the 200-day moving average. All right, just looking to see Mara. So Mara had an Riot had an upgrade. That's right. Riot had an upgrade, but it was already well above the price target. And I think it was either JP Morgan or Morgan Stanley. Of course, Bitcoin is up again today. Take a look at BITO. You guys are talking about Carrier, CARR. Next high looking left looks like around 56.26, so not that far away. 56.20, actually, 56.20. So about 60 cents to the next high looking left. Oh, yeah, we've noticed. Yeah, we certainly have noticed INTS. Yes. Top of the list right here, 100 up 120%. Going to digest this news. But it's a pretty big pullback from the highs of almost 15, get all the way back down to 8.30. We'll just have to see if the headline is still eye-catching enough that once the market opens, it might run again. That's all. No, as William has pointed out, for him and certainly myself, no shorts available for me for INTS at Interactive Brokers. Well, low float mania will persist really, I think, until earnings season starts again. Okay, I mean that's just the way it is. It's definitely a cycle. You know, I said that several times. I think when we're in earnings season, and I said once we're over, look out for the low floaters, and it's because there's nothing else to trade. We're sort of out of our earnings season. So, I mean, there are still some companies obviously releasing earnings, but not the magnitude that you find when we're in the middle of earnings season. So, traders turn to something else. And if you remember, during earnings season, we hardly saw any of these low floaters. All the concentration, not just from myself, but traders around the world are on all the earnings plays. I was mentioning PBTS earlier. PBTS. Yeah, pretty messy looking 15-minute chart right now. So MBI is now the way I read this, I would have thought this is a special dividend and it was an $8 dividend. So we've got a $15 price target put on him by Roth. Okay. Not that it's like again, when I say that, nobody's saying it's going to get there. Actually, it's interesting. They've downgraded it to neutral. So they must have had a higher price target before. They've downgraded to neutral with a $15 price target. But so am I, William, or anybody else can analyze this? When they mention a cash dividend of $8 per share, wouldn't typically the stock be up about $8? Or am I wrong? Because it's only up 556 right now. And maybe that's why Roth is putting on the 15, because if you add $3 to this, you get about 15. I don't know. I don't know how to analyze it. You're talking about the news. Okay, thanks, William. Again, I don't know how to analyze that sort of stuff really. Um, the news is from my I get my news from Interactive Brokers. Okay, Bill. This is, I if you have Interactive Brokers, that's where I get all my news from in the morning. You can get some news here, but if I'm, especially if it's an earnings play or something, you'll certainly probably see the news here in our tab. But if I'm looking for kind of more kind of offbeat news, definitely, usually Interactive Brokers has it for me. Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how to analyze this. When they announce an $8 dividend and it goes up $5, I don't know. A special dividend. HCP. What did I just say? Okay, so what I said, if you were listening to me a little earlier, what I've been noticing in the last, I don't know, little while, these stocks, usually I love these ones that right at the all-time low, based on some news. Usually it's an earnings play. But I've been noticing that a lot of them have just been popping off low, moving pretty smartly when the market, well, this is moving before the market opens. So, I mean, if it takes this, well, it already has. I mean, I'm looking at the 15-minute chart. Looks like there was some resistance right around, say, 20. So it's just a little bit, it's right at 20. You can see in the 15-minute chart, a lot of action right around 20. It got into there. There was no, there was no news indicator. I, I mean, there's no news indicator on our chart. So that was a question. Is there a news indicator on our charts? No. Quite frankly, I would find it, I don't know, I don't wanna be so harsh and say it'd be useless or worthless because every stock probably has some news, okay, every single day. I can go to a head I can click on just about any stock and find some kind of a little news thing about them. So what you really want, I mean, you want the important news, and how do you judge that? Hey, guys, give me one moment. I guess Lululemon had earnings also. I didn't really mention Lululemon had earnings. And so, yeah, down 2%, not a horrible miss. I think they guided a I love it. Deutsche Bank's price target raised to $502 from 500 by Deutsche Bank, and that's Lululemon. All right, everybody. Market's going to open in less than a minute. Let's have a great end to this I'm going to say earnings week this week. Okay, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I may make an exception if I get something in this abnormal option activity and 10-day daily breakout early. I may make an exception. If I do make an exception, I will not go in probably a large size. I'll probably scale it down a bit, but that's what I'm waiting for right now. Now, we typically don't get too many in the first 15 anyway in that scan, so but we'll see. I do, Andy. Yeah, go to my homepage. It's called a normal option activity and plus the 10-day daily breakout. Okay, just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, click here. I know you said you got it, but for others, it's right here, okay? All right, well, there's the INTS, guys. INTS making a market high, okay, but certainly not a pre-market high. Well, watch it now. Watch this. I mean, this could just rip here, guys. I know it's early, but this could just rip the INTS. Could rip. It's showing up here. It's showing up on my 10-day daily breakout now. Could rip, is ripping. Almost got up to 10. Not optionable, so it's not going to show up in that scan. Volume coming in. But look at this. It's why I don't like trading in the first 15, but this, there's the para guy. So para, I think yeah, there it is, the 200-day moving average. So it's right at it. Look at that blue line on my chart. It's right at the 200-day moving average. Oh man, this INTS, it's like a coiled spring right now. It seems to me. So para is just slightly above the 200-day moving average. Learning to move away smartly from it though. INTS guys, man. Very, 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 very whippy. I'm going to put an alert over 10 again, see if it takes it out. Boy, look at para guys. Para blowing through that 200-day now. 6, 7, 16, 17 is the 200-day. And SOAR is, let's see, keep an eye on the INTS guys, over 10 again, over 10 again. Well, you know what? The HCP is starting to fade here. HCP just made the 10-day daily breakdown. Big volume. Look at the volume coming into INTS. So it's going to trade the float easily. There's Roblox, RBLX. There you go, guys. INTS right back up, making a market high now. Well, where could Para go? I know Real has mapped out some levels. The next high looking left looks like it's around 1716 on the weekly chart anyway. INTS, guys, look at this thing go. ALXO, lots of action already. Of course, it's always active in the first 15. ALXO, look at this one. See if there's any news on this one. After a Jeffries upgrade to what? $18 price target from an 8 previous. Okay, so there's your ALXO. Seat. Okay, so this is the first one. Remember now, this is not in the combo. The SHO is not in the combo. The reason being, it's not a 10-day high. It's not a 10-day daily breakout. Okay. So what we're waiting for is a stock that shows up in the option activity and either either side. So this is a suggestion that when you see this in light blue, a suggestion to go long. If you see it in brown, a suggestion to go short. Look how choppy this HCP is, guys. Again, I'm more inclined to see if this has a bit of a recovery. So far, nothing in the combo. What a run this has been on, this Scholar Rock education stock. I know it's out of the US, but definitely China ties. SRRK. What a run it's been on from $12 to 19 in about a week and a half. All right, there's Momo, guys. So Momo is an earnings play. Next high looking left on the daily chart is 757. Wow, Para thumped right back down to the 200-day. This is an earnings play. SMAR, SMAR is an earnings play. Also, didn't see it in the pre-market, really. Earnings play, meaning a stock that releases earnings either after hours yesterday or in the pre-market. That's my definition of an earnings play for me. The mauve area on my 15-minute chart, that is the after hours yesterday, and the tan area is the pre-market. Momo surging here, guys. Next high looking left is 780, looks like. Yeah, 780 on the daily chart. Okay, now MBI is starting to move down. MBI is starting to move down a little bit. I really don't understand. As William said, he couldn't make heads or tails out of the financials either. So, well, you know what is still continuing to be weak is BMEA. Tremendous profit taking, I guess. BMEA is the low. Next low looking left is 1254. BMEA, guys, is just really a lot of profit taking, I guess. They tried to come up, well, they didn't try. They came up with some news this morning. It's not helping. Improved glycemic control after 22 weeks off study, et cetera, but not helping it at all. I mean, not helping at all. Look at this drop here. I'm almost surprised it hasn't been halted on the way down, but I guess it's not down fast enough. All right, guys, INTS is right back up, right back up. And right back down. So hard right now. First 15. Man. Yeah, that's why I just don't like trading in the first 15. I mean, look, that looked like it was going to soar, got over 11 and then dropped $1.50 like that. Not that after 15 things settle down 100%, of course, but all right, guys. Again, I'm just kind of biding my time, waiting patiently to see if we get any. We may not get an alert. I mean, it doesn't. We may not get an alert in the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout. I will say this: I'm glad it didn't happen early, though. If it's going to happen, Jamie, I always have a moment for you. Just give me a moment. Okay. This just has to settle down a little bit, guys. I have the feeling that if it takes out 11 again, if it can get up there, it might start to move a lot. Again, that's not a recommendation. So if it hits 11, I don't mean for people to pile into it, but you can just kind of see that this is turning out to be a decent base, 850. Yeah, I also have it. All you have to do is just change it to 6 if you want, okay? All you have to do is this, if you want to change it to 6, right click, configure all. They'll be checked, edit selected. And if you want to change the relative volume to 6 from 8, go ahead. Okay, I still have both of them. You can change, but you can change it to 6 right there. And then say okay, and then it'll be changed to 6. So what we're talking about here, the relative volume filter in here is 8. That's what we started off with. Experimenting with reducing it to 6 to see what sort of alerts we get. More than likely, they'll almost be the same. But for instance, yesterday, um, one of them showed up a lot earlier. That was the ALT. ALT showed up earlier. All right, guys. So here is my. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. This is late. 9:45. 3 minutes ago. Sorry. Keep thinking this is HCP. Keep an eye on it. 2028 would be maybe a pretty key level for it to take out and playing it more on a bounce. It's WBI. I think somebody mentioned, was it real? And right into the 200-day moving average and then bounced off the 200-day. Very choppy, though. Very choppy. I don't like it. So MBI now is starting to drift down a little bit, but then it popped right back up to 12. So, okay, MDRX showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And you can see the option volume, why it's not showing up in the option scanner at the same time. Uh, Not enough options. And even if it did, remember, my scanner in the option activity has to be a minimum of 500 contracts. So you're looking right there, 343. And that has to represent at least 150%, 1.5 times normal. And you can see that okay, did this just jump? Did they just jump while I was talking? Now, the other thing that I don't know, we don't know yet, these work very well on stocks moving higher, okay? So I don't know about shorting yet. If we get something and it's, to short it, I'm not 100% sure on that one. Hopefully, we'll get something so I can show you what I'm talking about. Ah, okay. Overhauls the leadership team amid investigation over financial control. Named a new, yeah, wow. Requested that the CEO and your favorite, William, the CFO, leave their roles. Wow. Okay, guys. So Para came right back down to the 200-day moving average, and now it's moving up from it. PARA. Well, here we go. Okay, guys. So it did show up. MDRX did show up now in the combo. Okay, I wouldn't take it unless it took out 10. And then, again, not a recommendation. And again, I'm not 100% sold on the ones moving down in the scanner, but we'll see. I'm just waiting to see what sort of, but certainly very harsh news for MDRX and the CEO and the CFO. And you can see it's right at 10. So what I'm going to do is just put an alert, see around 994, see if it takes out 10. Psychological number, in my opinion. So again, this is what I'm talking about, okay? It did show up here, 10:06, but don't have a lot of history of shorting this one, okay? This particular scan. A lot more history going long. But this is bouncing off 10 so far. There's the HCP guys. You know what? Give me a moment. Okay. Was able to get some guys. This is my idea this morning. I'm seeing a lot of these that are near the all-time low that I've seen in the past couple of weeks. I've seen a lot of sort of bounce back plays from there. So I'm in it. Tight leash though. Tight. I mean, this is just a almost a guess on my part, that it, might get this bounce that we've been seeing, but it showed up here. Okay, I mean, it's not a total guess. I mean, it showed up here also. Mm. Now, INTS doesn't look good now, guys, but you never know. Later on in the day, you never know. All that has to happen, get some volume again, but it doesn't look that good right now. I have an alert set for around $11. See if it takes that out later on. Agro, I think Agro had a downgrade this morning. I believe it had a downgrade this morning. Okay, guys, I took myself out of the HCP. Well, I was in at 2025, got out at 2018. I'm going to look again to see if it has a move. Had a little bit of, I probably should have got out everything right about here, but was holding on. I thought maybe it could really have a big run. Okay, what is this MDRX doing? I don't think it's, yeah, I mean, listen, I got to have an alert underneath 10 for MDRX. VRME, guys. So VRME, so huge move in the pre-market, but sold way off, 247, right back down to a dollar. That's a huge, huge sell-off. So the blue arrow on the chart would mean if I click on an alert, I'll go back a little bit because the candle has to. So if I click on FCX right here, okay, at 9:36, so look what happens on the 15-minute chart. I click on FCX. So the blue arrow is just telling me that's the candle on a 15-minute chart. There's the 15-minute candle in which the alert happened. If I switch it to a 5-minute, okay, it'll tell me the 5-minute candle in which the alert happened. So it's kind of a neat way to go back in time and see, well, what happened from there? Okay. Oops. 15. And the arrow, it's not saying If this were stock moving down, the arrow would not be down, okay? It's just indicating the candle in which the alert happened. So if I click on agro, I still get an up arrow, even though it's moving down. It's hard to see it. It's right at the bottom there. Wow, this ALXO ripped from that original alert here of about 11. So guys, this can be the problem. I mean, I'm waiting for something to happen in this scanner. Might get a day in which hardly anything happens. To deal with it. All right, guys. So there's the MDRX. So what is it doing? It's just underneath. All right. Now it's right back over 10 again. I have my alert set down here or 994. So I want to see it clear again. Now the issue, I could also have a problem. There are a lot of shares available for short, but the uptick rule is certainly in effect. The stock is down more than 10%. So the uptick rule is in effect. So it's possible I will not get the fill I want, but I'm holding out though for it to get down to about 994 or so, clearing 10. This one's moving well. This Arvin, I know it's from our AI also. Suggestion to go long at 34.89. So it's over $1 move now. You could just see this whole number, in my opinion, anyway, the whole number effect, especially 10. I think 10 is a really psychological number for a stock to get through, either to the upside or the downside for a while anyway. Market surge, guys. Yeah. So the market, at 8:30, the job numbers came out. Initial reaction was not good, but it closed up here and a little fade. But look at this, since the market opened, we are moving higher. Dow's up a little, Nas is up a little, SPY's up a little. And notice it doesn't pay to be stubborn just because I thought something might happen with the HCP. It didn't happen, so I just take my take my very manageable loss in it and don't get stubborn thinking, it's going to come back. Mm. Consumer sentiment at 10, okay. Yeah, INTS is coming back. You're absolutely right. I mean, I don't think this is going to be over. I don't necessarily mean it's going to, well, it could take out 11 really soon here. Keep an eye on it, guys, for a big 11 break. It's almost, look at that, just tease that 11. Wow, look at that. See how it teased? Look at this. Two topping tails right almost at the same price. Notice my price alert up here did not trigger. Now, again, even if it triggered, doesn't mean I'm piling into the trade, but I wanted to know about it. But look at this. I mean, right to almost to the penny. So for me, on the HCP, understand the question is how do I know where to put a stop? This is sort of a feel play for me, okay? With the idea that I've seen a lot of these that are near the all-time lows, and then they seem to have a nice bounce during the day. So yeah, I decided to try it. This minute, wow, it's still. I wanted to take some, and then it just started. I held off, and it just started to drop a bit. I'm talking about the INTS. Boy, it's a whippy one. Well, let's put the alert again. Remember, as I said, just because it had hit the alert didn't mean I was going to pile into it, but I sure like the way it. I was trying to get some at around 11:30, and then it just dropped. So, with the HCP, I basically said, okay, if it gets to the high of the previous 15-minute candle, which was 11, sorry, 2015, I wanted to be out of it. So that's basically what it did. It was a very more of a feel play, okay? All right, well, let's put my alert again, that area. Oh, look at the para. So the para came right back down to that 200-day moving average. It broke through, and then it came back down to the 200 and the VWAP, 1617. So a little bit below, and then it just piled on after that. Actually, an AI play too for us at our AI. Pepe, maybe we should reduce it to one relative volume of one. And Jay has it at 3 relative volume, nothing for him either. So just one of those days, guys. Doesn't mean nothing is gonna happen, but just have your sound alert on it so that if something does happen, you know. So here's a bounce actually now for okay, so there's INTS now, again, trying to get to that 11 mark. So you guys been talking about DOCU for a while. Yeah, DOCU still has room, and the next high looking left is 49. Man, that INTS is just every time I think it's gonna blast right through that 11, it just kinda pulls back a bit. All right, AB, what's happened with AB over the whole number 30? So ALXO, what did it have any news? Oh, this is the one with the Jeffries upgrade, sort of an upgrade. Oh no, this was an upgrade, an $18 price target. I was thinking the other one that was a downgrade, not a downgrade, but well, downgraded in from then from upbeat to neutral or something. Can't remember what that stock was, but anyway, ALXO upgraded to 18 by Jeffries. Okay. Okay, guys, trying this one, the MDRX, okay, trying it. It just got underneath 10 on the short. I actually had a pretty easy fill, even though it's down 21%. Lots of shares available, 7 million in Interactive Brokers anyway. Yeah, okay, it's right back up where I shorted it, MDRX. If it gets over 10 again, I'm out. I'm just not gonna, fiddle around with it. What was the news in DocU? Wasn't it an earnings play? Oh, it's an earnings play, okay. Shoot, I should have realized that. Earnings play for DocU. I don't know why I didn't see this DocU as an earnings play this morning. Probably because oh, I know why. It wasn't up enough. Okay, INTS again trying to do its thing. Let's see if it gets over 11 this time and stays there. All right, guys, I'm out of it. Out of the MDRX. Don't just don't like the way it's trading. Maybe later on in the day, maybe it'll really crash right through, but that 10 seems to be holding it pretty well. I'll try it one more time. If it gets back, say down to 992, I'll take a look at it later on. Maybe. Look at BMEA, guys. What a short from if if you short, it's $21 and $11. All right, guys. Wow, BMEA. I mean, there's still room underneath. 944 is the next low looking left. You just took out that low. All right, CLSK. This could be an interesting level. CLSK, just over the whole number of 10. The high looking left is 1005, so it's almost there. You'll be chasing it now. Let's see if it just kind of holds over 10 for a bit. Oh, every time I mention this one, it just drops another dollar. Look at BMEA now. Hey, 948. I mean, it's only a little over a dollar away from that low. Wow, what a sell-off. And it had news. I mean, they tried to pump it up this morning. Well, this news, this was news hitting this morning. Market just does not care. Maybe this is the key word or key sentence, was generally well tolerated. All right, guys. Wow, 10:23 has been a fast morning. A little frustrating for me, but FBIO. Remember this one from yesterday? FBIO, FBIO. Yeah, glad you did okay on the BMEA. So FBIO, the next high looking left is 330. Sorry, what am I saying here? 381. 381 is the next high looking left. It can break through that. Then the next highs are up around 460. Meanwhile, Paramount just continues to surge here. Okay, so ALXO just triggered. Now, my issue with it, I mean, just because it triggered, 1297 is the high looking left. If it takes that out, triggered in the scan, okay? In the combo scan, it did just trigger, but the next high is very close to it. Right there, you can see 1296. Love to see it maybe get over 13, and that's where I'll probably take it if it can get there. And I think the reason why it's sort of late, if you want to call it late, is in the scan, is because the option volume is 952 contracts, and it's not has to be at least 500, but it also has to be 150% of normal. In other words, one and a half times, and it's only at it's 186 right now. So my guess is that it didn't trigger until it hit that high right there. but I'm definitely wanting to see if it can take out this, get over 13. The float, 18.4 million in the float, so it's certainly a low float. It has the, it can do crazy things with that float. All right, well, just kind of waiting on it, guys, to see if it can get over 13. The AL. All right, so INTS is just, it's just basing, not badly at around that 1050 mark. I still am not going to give up on it. I'll have my alert set for an 11 break again. Might happen later on in the day, may never happen. Oh, Shady's been talking about CHPT. Take a look at CHPT. Ooh, nice. Yeah, actually, I remember I had a price alert set on this one. I know we saw this one yesterday, and we saw all the room it had. Must have deleted the price alert. Good one though. All right, I see CDT was halted. Not very much volume though. Yeah, well, could pick up. All right, guys. Well, again, I'm just going to wait on the AALXO, see if it gets over 13, takes out that high. You can see exactly what happened. Look at the two 15-minute candles, almost poking right into that high and not able to get through it. So again, just because we get an alert from that, I call it a great scan, doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. You have to be able to, look at a chart, analyze what you're seeing. First thing I saw was that red line right across. That means that's the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. And look at para coming right. Also, look at that red line. That is coming into a high on the daily chart also. Can't see it on the daily. I would have to expand it, but that's what the red line signifies. The next high looking left on the daily chart for para. And that looks like it's going to be 1719. Hit your three. Okay. I would wait, of course. It's just like I was saying, I would definitely wait, see if it can take out that high. All right, guys. Well, this one could be interesting. Excuse me, AMRX, AMRX. It's over the whole number, 5. Pretty psychological, in my opinion. I don't see any resistance on the weekly. I'd have to back this out. Take a look at it on the monthly, see where the next. Wow, I'm gonna go back to. Got to go back 2 years, November of 2021, before we see these highs. Oh, I see. So it is. I see. It must be just sneaking in here. It's just a little over 3, but also the option volume is just 517. Has to be at least 500. Any news on this one? Announced licensing agreement. This is on the 7th, though. This was yesterday, but was it after hours? No, it was during market hours. Okay, so what sort of a reaction did it have yesterday? Not a big one on that news, AMRX, maybe a delayed reaction. Okay, guys, for me, a little bit of a lull. I am interested in this AMRX. I love the way it's holding over 5. Got some news yesterday, but it's sort of a delayed reaction now, I guess. Okay, guys, a little bit late. Normally I do this around 10:30, but let me go over the stuff you're going to find on my homepage. I'm still eyeing that ALXO for a 13 break. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll see, it's not this yet. You will be at the top. There's a promo code you can use to get 15% off the first month only or the entire. Wait a minute, back that up. 15% off the first month only if you use this code. If you do want an annual subscription, I can get you a 25%. Okay? And as always, please use my code. If you're ever going to take out a subscription, it will really help to keep this room free. It's as simple as that. Okay? If you do take out a subscription, also, you must do the get started. It'll take you through your download and install, first startup and login. There are 10 short videos down to introduction to scans, topless windows, and alert windows. Okay? You must do that. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, This is a series of videos that Michael Noss put together. I think if you're a new trader, I think it's excellent to take a look at this. Stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for that, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday morning. I think this week's trade of the week never triggered. When you get the email, there's a price, a suggested price to take the trade. It never got to that price. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just sort of a non-event. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Click here for more education. We have a great user guide. Click on that user guide. There's the getting started again. Now, way more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. You want to find out about stock racing right here, and also price alerts. Again, I know I say it every day, but don't get hung up on how much information there is in our user guide. You don't have to learn everything. It's like any other software program. Some of the manuals look very daunting. You don't have to learn everything. Getting started series again. Now, daily support. I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Friday, so it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Andy. And last, here are my scans. Unfortunately, my Wonder scan is just not doing much today. But I'm not, I'm gonna keep watching that ALXO. You never know later on in the day. This is what I'm talking about, the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakout combo. Only 2 alerts. But I have other scans, of course. So if you're looking, want something for the pre-market, been using something like this for, I don't know, 10 years now. Pre-market actors up and down. This will give you your gappers up and down. There is the Halts resumes over here. Momentum scan right here. And the abnormal option activity is right here. And the breakdowns and breakouts on my other monitor are right here. So as you see, I have a lot of scans that I am sharing. You can take a look at, now, you take a look at one. It doesn't look like the ALXO is going to do it. We're just watching it drift down to 12. But again, like any other alert you get, the program is called Trade Ideas. It doesn't mean you pile into the trade. My idea on that was if it could get over 13, because it had to take out the next high looking left on the daily chart, just didn't do it. So it kept me out of the trade. So even though I love the scan, doesn't mean, it's infallible in that you just take every trade. That's why you have to have some trading experience. So if you look at this momentum scan that I got here, and you've downloaded it or you're thinking about it, if you want to know what any scan is looking for, I'll pick. I always like to pick on this one. A lot of people love momentum type plays. So if I right click on it and I click on configure and then summary. So there are many, many, many screening programs out there. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas. What we are excellent at is real-time alerts, real-time alerts. So in this particular scan, I'm looking for prices, stocks between $1 and $100. This is a powerful filter that we've got. The current volume is at least 3. This means that it has to be trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day. It is time sensitive. This is what gives us the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. And in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay, so if all of these filter values are met and the stocks makes a new high of the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last stock that met all these filter requirements and made a new high for the day was NXTC at 1039. It's 1041 right now, Eastern time. That was the price. Not really, Eddie. It depends what you mean by coaching. I mean, you come into the room, there are a lot of great traders in the room. You might just pick up stuff. It's not just my talking to you all day long. We've got other great traders in the room, but there's no paid coaching if that's what you're talking about. What I suggest if you're new to trading though is, as I said on my homepage, if you click on my homepage link and take a look at Trading 101, you have to have no amount of coaching is going to replace having some knowledge about what the market's all about, how to read charts. Okay. I mean, that's the number one thing you have to be able to do is to be able to sort of analyze what you're seeing on a chart. Well, getting back to this, if you like this scan, great. But obviously, if you can tweak it. If you don't like that price range, you can obviously change the price range. Maybe you want to change something else. If you get used to using trade ideas, I'm going to show you that we have a lot of filters. You might see a favorite filter that you might want to add or take something out. But this is what I like to see. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want to see. If you do want to build your own scans, you can, of course. This time I'm going to click on search. And as always, if there are new people in the room, and first of all, I should always welcome the new people in the room. Welcome. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. You can ask me questions. I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen. You can ask me questions all day long. This is I call this a support room also, trading room and support. So if you want to build your own scan, of course you can. Now, again, I always say this every single day. Don't get hung up on how many different real-time alerts we've got. The two most popular ones right at the top, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other real-time alerts. But if you're looking at this and thinking, man, this program is way too complicated, I can't possibly know what all these mean. You don't have to. That's the good news. You don't have to. And these are all the filters we've got. Okay, lots of different types of filters that we've got. The reason we have so many real-time alerts and filters is with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles out there. I have to create enough of them so that the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for if they want to build their own scan. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many I've used only, I've been a subscriber of this program since 2010. I have a very simple style of trading. I only use a handful of these. Most of them I never even looked at. Most of them I don't even know what they mean. Okay. I just pick and choose the ones I know a little bit about, and that's what I use. So if you're used to trading, you can then take a look at all the different alerts that we've got, real-time alerts and filters, and maybe you take one of my scans or you build your own. And you could add a filter that you might like. Maybe you're into the RSIs, MACDs, things like that. Now, I am an intraday trader, commonly called a day trader. I like to call somehow day trading has a stigma to it, so I call myself an intraday trader. Yeah, I'm out of most things at the end of the day. I'm not a swing trader. Doesn't mean I will never swing anything, but it's rare that I do. So all I'm looking for every single day, if I'm going to trade, if I want to intraday trade, I have to find stocks that are behaving abnormally. I don't want to get into something that's not trading very much, or even if it's trading a lot. When you look at volume, volume is not absolute volume is not the barometer. The barometer is okay. It's trading a million shares today. Is that abnormal for it? That's what you want to find out is this stock that's trading a million shares, is that abnormal? And this is where this relative volume filter comes into play. So right now, AMRX, it's traded 963,000 shares so far. That represents 3.5 times normal up to this time of day. It is time sensitive. Okay. So all my scans, I think the lowest relative volume that I've got is 3. Some of the scans are higher, 8. This is why I don't have very many alerts in here, because that's a tough filter, to or a tough number. 8. I have other filters in here, of course, but for something to be trading 8 times normal, it's pretty tough. So that's why I'm not seeing too many alerts in that one, which is fine. That's what I want. And the other way I want to find stocks that are trading abnormal is by looking at their option volume. Okay. I do not trade options. We don't scan for options. Okay. But we have some filters that can help us find stocks that are trading abnormal volume when you look at its option volume. I'll just go over those filters. I right click, configure, search, and type in options. I'll show you the option filters that we have. We have some obvious ones. So we've got the put call ratio, option volume today, the put and call volume today. Okay, those are pretty obvious ones. This option volume right here, this refers to I don't know if it's 10 or 14 days, but it doesn't really matter. It's the average number of contracts. Let's call it 10 days over the last 10 days. And then this is what, coupled with that, and then this option volume today percent, that is what's going to allow me to find the stocks that are trading abnormally with regards to option volume. So for instance, I look at AMRX. Now, my minimum here is 500 contracts. Now, this is only traded 544 contracts. That's the minimum that has to be. That is 6 times normal, though. 605%, 6 times normal. And the minimum it has to be, so the combination is a minimum of 500 contracts and 150% of normal. I have other filters in here, okay? And it's not just, anything that's 150% of normal and 500 contracts. Other filters are in place, a price range, a minimum volume, things like that. But that's how stocks will show up here. And you know what? That ALXO is getting closer. Now, you can use trade ideas with any broker you have. We're not broker dependent. We have a way in which, if you happen to have an IB Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within trade ideas. But it's certainly not, if you don't have an Interactive Brokers or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this little feature. This also allows you to paper trade. Okay, I should demonstrate that more. And all you do is you click on Sim, and now you're in our simulator. To load this, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. Now, it's only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it is not available, unfortunately. And I cannot emphasize enough that before you commit money to the market, practice trading. Okay, practice, practice, practice. You can use our simulator if you have another way to do it, but our simulator uses our real-time data. So you don't even need a broker. Well, if you're connected to IB, I know Pepe uses it. When you say, does it change how the orders are routed to the market? I don't use it. Okay, I don't use this to trade using IB. I trade from within IB, but I don't think it. Maybe Pepe can answer that question. I don't think it has any bearing on it. And it's simple to use. So again, if you click on Brokerage Plus, this screen will pop up. Probably you will not. It'll say this. I'm going to get out of the simulator. It'll probably say not connected, okay? Okay, thank you, Luis, or, Pepe. Pepe just answered. So it'll probably say not connected. So if you want to connect to the simulator, Paper Trader, just click on sim. And that'll say, now if it doesn't turn to simulate, change the simulator, it might say account. Just click on it, and then this little box will pop up. Click on that, and now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. Let's just take a trade. Okay, let's just do it. AMRX. I click on the alert. I don't know why it's showing up down there. We go. So you can see how there it is. AMRX has showed up in the box. I can pick how many shares I want to trade, or I can put the number, like whatever. Obviously, I can pick a number of shares I want to trade. I will pick 500 shares. I'm going to go over a little money management right now. I'm going to buy it. The spread is only a penny, so I can go in at the market, click buy, and then send. We're going to go over a little money management. I didn't do this all week, so if you're new to trading, this might be beneficial. The docu now showing up. What do you think? There's the 200-day moving average, 49.86. Boy, I don't know, maybe too close. See, when I say docu is showing up, it's showing up in the in that scan, the combo scan. But I don't know, maybe that 200-day is a little too close. Let me go over a little bit of money management, okay? So when I take a trade, I have a checklist. Everything has to be checked before I take the trade. Now, I don't have 100 things in the checklist. If I did, I would never take a trade. Now, it doesn't matter what my checklist is, okay? One of the things about trading is you have to develop your own plan, your own style. I'm not saying that you have to come up with something that's radically different, but for instance, a lot of the things that the way I trade are already covered in the scans that I've got. In other words, I'm not going to see something outside of a price range that I don't want. I'll have a minimum volume that I want. I'll have a minimum relative volume that I want. So a lot of things are already checked for me. Okay. Give me a moment. Just give me one moment here, guys. Okay. Now, as always, because I still consider this a bit of a test. Okay. I've taken some of this now, this ALXO. I'm not telling anybody to do the same thing. Watching. Come on. Get that bid catching up to the ask. Yeah, it's got a little bit spready here, but I'm going to have a little bit faith in the scan. This is what I'm talking about. We're talking a little bit spready, 1308, 1318. Like to see that tighten up. Oh, well, I could have taken the docu also. So this is what we're talking about here, guys. So the docu and the ALXO in this scan, 3909, 1289. I did not take it at 1289, of course, but go. Just gotta get that bit catching up. I will continue here, guys, but as I say every day, you can ask me questions all day long, but if I'm in a trade that kind of requires a little more concentration, I'll have to pause a little bit. Yeah, you see how it's it was not that spready when I took it. Well, Pepe, did you take DocU? I didn't take it. I didn't take DocU. Come on, volume. Come on, volume. Come on, volume. Come on. Yeah, I'm sure I'm shamelessly cheerleading this. Yes, I know. All right, guys. Another one showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown is CMTL at 10:03 again. Well, I like to see that get below the whole number if I'm going to do anything on that. Well, if you took ALXO right at 1289, yeah, it would have been okay. I no way I could have kept in it though. I know you're not putting any stops. You were just doing the test right now, but because it got down to 1205, I think. All you have to do is go to my homepage though. I'm begging for volume. Yes. Just go to my homepage, Andy. All my scans are there. The reason I do this is if I had to, you just have to go to my homepage. Now, if you're talking about in the spreadsheet up here, I could probably put it back in here. But all you have to do is click on, if you go to my homepage right there, there's the link. Okay. And here are my scans right here. Come on. Well, you're going to have well, you pick and choose which ones you want, right? You just pick and choose which ones you want. Well, guys, for me, this is a big hallelujah. I'm just taking some off, okay? You just kind of pick and choose which ones you want. I mean, there's a little bit of work, okay, on your part. I not talking just to you, Andy, but that's why I organize that way. Not everybody wants every scan I've got. That's why I don't have a layout with all my scans. Otherwise, people will be, overwhelmed. So you just pick and choose what you want. So I took some off at 1340-ish, okay? 1340-ish. I was in at 1304, and that is the ALXO. Wouldn't call it easy, but it's having faith in a scan now. So that would have, yeah. And again, the reason I didn't take DocU is that I thought that 200-day moving average might be a little too close, but it would have given a trade for sure because the alert happened at 4909. So it did get up to 4946, but to me, wasn't enough. I thought that the ALXO may give me a bigger percentage move. And the other thing, Andy, you only have to do it one time. Okay, you only have to do it one time. Remember, if you load my scans, don't forget to save your work. Here's what I would be doing. This is to everybody. If you load any one of my scans, or other people in the room share their scans sometimes. If you like it, make sure you save it to the cloud. Number one, right click, save or share to cloud. Save it to the cloud. Okay, now it's in the cloud. And also, if you have a layout that you've already got up and running with some charts and you want to have this as part of your layout, as an example, remember, save your layout to the cloud. File, go to the toolbar, click on File, Save or Share to Cloud. Click on Entire Layout, give it a name. Give it some name. Andy's first layout. I'm just going to pick on you, Andy, okay? And then save it. Now it's in the cloud. So, I mean, you only have to do this one time. You see a scan you like, load it, save it. See another one you like, load it, save it. The other reason for saving things to the cloud, common question, you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. Okay. You can only have trade ideas up and running one device at a time, though. So I'm working on a desktop, but I've got a couple of laptops. I've got a couple of tablets. I have trade ideas on every one of them. So the good thing is, if I went out and bought a new laptop, all I have to do is download the program, and I'm sure people understand what clouds are all about now. All I have to do is file, then load from cloud. And so I just pick whatever layout I want, whatever maybe a scan I want. So everything is in the cloud. The other reason, of course, for saving things to the cloud, if you only have a laptop and then something happens to it and you have to get a new one, well, pain, but all you have to do is again load our program and then load everything from the cloud. You don't have to reconstruct everything from scratch again. Okay. I'm just comfortable with a 5 minute with a 15 JC. This is not no recommendation to only use a 15-minute chart. I used to only have a 2-minute chart up and running years and years ago, and then I think I went to 5, and then I just became just comfortable with the 15-minute chart. Not a recommendation to do the same as I do, but it's, just whatever you're comfortable with. Okay, so where was I before all that excitement? So my checklist. So let's say everything I check. I can check everything. I get the alert. Next thing I'm doing is okay. If I take this trade, where am I going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work for me? In other words, where am I going to put my stop? Obviously not every trade is going to work, so I have to have a price where I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working for me. You know, most of the time, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart to see where I think there could be a support area, a lot of action at a certain price, such that if it went down below that price, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. So that's the first thing I do, because where am I going to put my stop? Then the next thing, and I'm doing this pretty rapidly, because then the next thing I'm going to do, because most of the trades I take are near the high of the day, or if I'm shorting near the low of the day, the next thing I do is I look left and I say, okay, where could this keep going until it hit the next high on the daily chart? If I can't see it on the daily chart, let's take a look at maybe something I wouldn't be able to see on the daily. I don't know if I can see this on the, yeah. So look at this. Can't see the next high on the daily, can I? So then I start looking at a weekly. I can't see it even on the weekly, and that's when I, quickly go to a monthly just to check it out. So I can see right there, the next high looking left is 1339. Actually, it's on the daily. Okay, so it's a little bit. That's why I decided to take some off. Now, if it pops through that, okay, so that's all I do. I just keep looking left to see where the next high is on the different time frames. Hopefully, I can see it on the daily, but if I can't, then I go to the weekly. It's not often I have to go to the monthly chart. So if I see enough room to me means, where is it far enough away? So if I put my stop, and I should have done this, and add a stop to this, and this is just for demonstration purposes, my entry. Okay, I'm going to put my stop at 495. You're going to see on the chart that approximately minus 100 will appear. A red line will appear approximately minus 100. It should. Well, why isn't it appearing? Oh, that's because I'm on the wrong symbol. That's why. So you'll see on AMRX, you'll see there it is, minus 100. Okay. How did that happen? Well, I'll explain that. So if I were starting out trading, maybe what I would do instead of trying to figure out, because people ask all the time, well, what is support and resist? Where is the support on that chart? Where is the resistance? That can be a different number to different traders. My idea of support may not be exactly somebody else's idea or resistance. Okay. But I do know this. If I were starting out, maybe I would, and I'm going to, I don't have a 5-minute chart up, but maybe put the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay. Maybe use that as a stop and you can test it. You can test it. That's why we have a simulator. The reason you can the low of the 5-minute candle, well, that's a defined number. There's no guesswork at all. Okay. I would practice doing that just to see how it works for you. So in this simulator, what I did was I wanted to put a 20-cent stop, not because it's, the stop should be 20 cents away, but I wanted to make the math super simple. If I had taken this trade for real, this is in the simulator, okay? If I'd taken this trade for real and I had a 20-cent stop and I took the trade, the only reason I would have taken the trade is because if I looked left, I would have to be able to say to myself, could this stock go 40 cents for me? In other words, am I going to risk 20 cents? If I'm going to risk 20 cents, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade, double my risk. Okay. If I can't see that, I don't take the trade. So if I were looking at this one, I thought, wow, I really like this, but my stop's got to be 20 cents away, and I look left and the next high is only 10 cents away, I don't take the trade. It's that simple for me. Okay, so that's how I trade. Okay, if I can't see, if I'm risking, X, I have to have an expectation that I could make 2X. Now, it doesn't mean just because I look left and I see that, wow, it's got, the next high is 60 or 80 cents away. It doesn't mean it's getting there. Okay, but I try to put the odds in my favor when I take the trade. So that's number one. Okay, now how much am I going to risk on the trade? If you have a $1,000 account, hopefully it makes sense. So you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, I try to demonstrate a risking $100 a trade. That's why I took 500 shares. Okay, because again, for demonstration purposes, I put my stop 20 cents away on purpose. Taking 500 shares, if I get stopped out, 500 shares times 20 cents equals $100. Okay. Conversely, if I'm risking to now the other thing I do is I don't vary my risk amount greatly from trade to trade. In other words, I'm not going to risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next, 50 the next. I try to put my risk amount just about the same every trade. So that's why in the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100. So if that's the case and my stop is 20 cents away, I would divide 20 cents into 100, and that's how you get 500 shares. You can set up an Excel spreadsheet if you know how to do something like this with your $100, whatever your risk is going to be, your set risk per trade. So it's always going to refer to that cell. Then all you have to do is put your entry and your stop, and that'll calculate immediately approximately how many shares to take. See this? So I mean, trading isn't easy. Okay, I mean, you've got to practice. So that's the money management aspect of it. And then the other main part of it is obeying your stop. Okay. Many times, and here's the other thing. If you cannot make money in the simulator, forget about trying to trade live. It's that simple. Now, on our simulator, yes, it uses our real-time data, but you might get, I don't want to get too technical and all, but you might get some slippage and all that. So even if you can make money in a simulator, it doesn't absolutely translate to making money trading live. But I can almost guarantee if you can't make money in the simulator, just back off trying to make money with your live account. Because if I get stopped out here, oh well, just play money. Okay, there's no big deal, right? Let it go. I let it hit that stop price. I get stopped out. Big, big, big difference once you're trading live, like with your real money. And sometimes it can be really, really tough psychologically to obey your stop, especially if you get into a trade. Maybe even the room is talking about it. Okay. Maybe it's got some news. News is not a reason that I take a trade. It can be a bonus, but it's not part of my checklist. And so you get into the trade, and then you cannot believe it's not working. It's starting to drift down to your stop price. And you convince yourself, well, you know what? Yeah, I got my stop where I want it, but you know what? I really think this is going to work. So I'm not going to obey it. So now you're down 200, 300, 400 instead of getting out with a manageable, say $100. And then you eventually sell and you're down 500 instead of the manageable risk of the 100. Scenario number one. People who've been in the room many, many years, you know what I'm going to say. Almost as bad though is not obeying your stop. You're down two, three, $400, and then it does turn around on you. Now you're up $200 or $300, and you're so happy you didn't obey your stop. Can that happen? Of course it can. All I'm saying though, in my experience, when I had no idea what stops were, what money management was. Not obeying your stop can really destroy your account. Okay. And obviously, I'm all out of, believe me, guys, I was watching the ALXO, it was a nice trade, and I'm gonna watch it again if it gets back over that 13 level later on, but it didn't have I wish it had more follow through on it, but it didn't. That's why I took some off though. You saw that next high was at 13, what, sorry, 1348 or so. That's why I took some off right around there in the 1340s. Now, the other thing to consider is that when you get into a trade, it looks, and it's wonderful, everything is checked, and it might even have some news, and it starts to work a little bit, and then it's not, and then it starts not to work. There's a bunch of reasons why it's not working. Maybe it's a little more market dependent than you thought, or maybe you're into stocks that are trading a little bit more with the market, and all of a sudden the market gets hit with some news, and the market starts to drop, taking your stock with it. Okay, you can't help that. There's nothing you can do about that. But maybe later on in the day, maybe it sets up again similarly for you, and the market's looking okay. You can always take the trade again if it sets up similarly later on. With commissions either zero or next to nothing, like with IB, I pay a horrible half a cent a share. I'm kidding. Not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commissions is no longer a reason. That used to be a big reason, but that's many years ago. But there's no excuse for not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay commission. Okay, guys. So that's about it. So practice trading. Can I repeat what, Andy? Now, what William is saying is, I mean, there are times where maybe I'll increase my risk amount. It's like playing blackjack, okay? I mean, if you understand how to card count a little bit, when the odds become a little bit more in your favor based on what's happened before with the cards that have come through before, and the odds are a little bit in your favor. Yeah, I mean that's what the professionals do, of course, if as long as they don't get caught, is that they'll start to vary their bet size if they think the deck is a little bit more in their favor. But it's not like I'm going to, risk 1,000 a trade, and then if I think it's a lot more in my favor, I'm going to risk 3,000 a trade. Now, I mean, if this docu takes this out, this 200 day, and it takes out 50, I mean, it could still have a run, believe it or not. All right, guys, 11:22. Wow, fast morning. All right, so I'm still interested, maybe later on the ALXO. The problem is, again, looking left, and there is that high, and it got right into that high, and we got up to 1350. I think that high looking left, if I expanded my daily chart, as I think it's around 1348 or so. Oh, alt is at it again, guys. Alt's at it again. Now that showed up on the on our scan. Oops, what are the 2 minute chart? And you put, I hate that. The last 2 days is not showing up today on our scan. I'm talking about the abnormal option activity. And the reason why it won't show up, remember, it's a combo. It's a combo. So, yes, the option activity is fine. Over 10,000 contracts, 3 times normal. So that's fine. But plus the 10-day daily breakout. And look, that would have to take out yesterday's high. So that probably is not going to happen. Now, with this scan, I mean, you can experiment. I'm using a 10-day daily breakout. Experiment with a 5-day, a 5-day. In fact, that'd be great if people would do that. It's like Jay changed the relative volume from 8 to 3, and that's where he found the AMRX. Okay, you guys should do that, and maybe we refine the scan a little bit. Maybe it doesn't require a 10-day daily breakout. Maybe a 5-day is good. We'll get more alerts, but again, the quality may not be might not be there, but we won't know until we try it. Okay, ALXO is now back up, and this is indicative of a fairly low float. I mean, 18 million in the float. This is indicative the way it's trading. That's why it is, a little more. Oh, so that was right at the start, Andy. Okay, well, when you look at a trade, when you look at a potential trade, again, all the check marks, okay, so it has to meet all your initial requirements, and then you click on the alert. You check to see, okay, if I took this trade, I'm just, I have a ALXO on the chart right now, but whatever chart, whatever stock you're looking at, you have to be able to look at a chart and say, okay, if I took this trade, if it's not working, this is where I want to get out. Okay, this is where I think there might be a support area, and if it's gets down below that support area, I want to be out. Or again, because support and resistance can be very, very subjective. So you might want to take a look at the low of the previous, say, 5 minute candle. That's a defined number. That's why I'm saying practice, practice, practice. So once you have your stop in place, and you know how far. Wow, look at this. You know how far away it was. That's why in this simulator, I put the stop 20 cents away just to make the math super simple. There was my entry 515, 495 is the stop, 20 cents away. So then the next step is to look left. For me, is to look left to see, okay, where could it go until it hits the next high? And I look at the daily chart. If I can't see it on the daily, then I look at a weekly. If I can't see it on a weekly, which is rare, then I look at a monthly. So if I'm going to risk 20 cents on a trade, if that's where my risk was going to be, or my stop was going to be, I have to be able to look left and have a reasonable expectation of making 40 cents on the trade. In other words, risking 20 to make 40. I don't want to risk 20 cents to make a nickel. If I look left and the next high was 5 cents away, I'm not going to do it. Well, that's the way I trade. Excuse me, guys. So the only way you can figure out your style is to practice. I'm not just talking to you, Andy, but anybody listening to me. You have to have some kind of a trading plan. And I know if you're new, you might be thinking, well, I don't know. I have no idea. How am I going to know what my trading plan is when I don't know how to trade? Well, that's why we have that series of videos. The first thing you've got to do is understand what you're seeing on a chart. You're just looking at this and going, "Oh, I don't know what I'm seeing." Well, then that's a problem. You have to understand, what a chart is trying to tell you. In my opinion, anyway. Okay. Jamie, yeah. Well, this wasn't easy though. I mean, this ALXO was not easy. Yeah, that INTS disappointment. I have to admit, definitely a disappointment. I really thought that if it could challenge 11 again, that I had all these alerts set up in this area that it could just rip. But the news, the headline looked pretty interesting, but just not to be. How about a 5 day break, Pepe? I wonder if a 5 day break would be not that alt would have showed up, but I wonder if a 5 day break might be, give us obviously it will give us maybe a few more alerts and maybe they wouldn't be bad. I could do it. I think on this though, I think because I don't know if I can do it in the configure all. I don't think it's going to show up. Yeah, it won't show up as a number here. That's because it's not. Yeah, well, you know why. Okay, so I will do it also though. I will do it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this one. Probably confusing the heck out of people, but that's okay. If we can come up with a scan that you can't wait for the market to open to see what alerts you get. That can be the most beautiful thing. Okay. I guess I'm gonna have to separate them, aren't I? Because we need a 5-day breakout and a breakdown. So I'll have to do that later. Let's see. I think somebody mention, yeah, so this is the news, I guess. It got halted before, well, this is the news. FDA approves first gene therapies to treat patients with sickle cell disease. Okay. So that's your news. Why it's taking so long to open, I don't know. Morgan Stanley. I saw that. You know what? I actually saw this morning. I didn't pay any attention to it. Morgan Stanley increased their price target from 3 to 7. But I guess that's the reason. I don't know, why it's not. Well, it'll take a while for it to open, but I guess that is the news. Mm, sorry. Okay. Sorry. I guess it was just showing up in this headline. It isn't? Bluebird Bio gets FDA okay? It isn't? Then is this headline incorrect? Am I reading this incorrectly? Bluebird Bio has won US FDA approval of its gene therapy? I'll let you tell me. I mean, I don't, then I must be not understanding something. Yeah, William posted in the specific stocks only that it looks like that was correct, that it does refer to Bluebird. All right, guys, 11:35. So I have a little something from me in our Slack. My guess is that it's going to be Andy saying yes. So Andy will be in our YouTube room in about 25 minutes when I take my break. Now, NBI just showed up, okay, in the combo. Now, again, look left. I just think that there's too much. First of all, to get through 13. Also, I don't know how to interpret this news, this dividend news. So consequently, I'm just not that in favor of taking this trade. So, I mean, this is maybe a good lesson too. Just because I love this scan, everything has to be analyzed, okay, before you take, in my opinion anyway, before you take the trade. And look at the docu now. I mean, the docu just made another new high. I did not take that. I bet you Pepe is still in it. What do you think about Mbio, Pepe? I just don't quite get it. Not Mbio, I'm sorry, MBI, MBI. 'This ALXO though, it might be setting up for later on. Might be. I like the way it's basing just over 13. I'm going to stick an alert up here, 1348. I'm going to stick a price alert up here and see if it takes it out later on. All right, market drifting down now, guys, a little bit. Okay, guys, so things have really slowed down for me now. Not seeing anything of interest for me anyway. I mentioned the CMTL a little earlier. This is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. Wow. Okay, wait a minute. Look at the how much room does this have? My again, my problem is trying to get through that 10. I just think it's psychologically, it's sometimes it can be really tough. Look what happened earlier with the MDRX. It just couldn't really break down through 10. And this might have the same thing because otherwise, I mean, look at the room. 963 is the next low looking left. And after that, way down here. I know what you're doing. Okay, let's take a look. Well, that would have found the BMEA, right? Thank you. Thank you, Pepe. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, nothing really happening for me now. But that does not mean that something is not going to explode later on. So just have to have some patience. Don't trade out of boredom. Do not trade out of boredom. Yeah. So Denver, it's now instead of a 10-day break, a 5-day break. Okay, you're just testing it. So instead of a 10-day breakout, it's a 5-day breakout, just to see. Earnings play, guys. SMAR is an earnings play. SMAR is an earnings play. It just went negative. It was positive earlier on in the day. It has gone negative. SMAR, looking left on the daily chart, 43.30 is the next low looking left. All right, guys. Well, market is still putting in a red bar. All right, Loop Media, LPTV, not very much volume. Good relative volume, but not a lot of volume. SMAR, another new low, breaking down now through 44. Now, the only thing I'm going to say, Dan, you know, with what Pepe did with, he took two scans that we had. That was the very first thing, okay, and just combined them. So he wasn't tweaking them, okay, at the very first one. He was not tweaking them. I don't like. I'm just trying to protect him a little bit, okay. He was not tweaking these scans at all. All he did was say, figure out a way to combine them, and then the tweaking that has been done is super simple. Dropping it from 8 to 6, okay. I mean, very, very simple, just to see what would happen. And then the other one, just dropping it from 10-day to 5 days. So you know what I mean, Denver. I don't want people to get the idea that, okay, Pepe will just take a look at any scan and start to tweak it. Okay. Okay, cool. He might. I mean, he might look at it, but I just want to protect him a little bit. Okay. No, I see you're crisper. Okay, I see you're short. Somebody shady. Wow. Okay. Wow. What a drop. No kidding. What a drop for CRISPR. So this is coming into the next low looking left is 63. So look how choppy this was ahead of that FDA decision, or I guess a corroboration of it. I think they didn't they have it here, but okay, guys, I am getting set to take my break in about 12 minutes. Uh-oh, Pepe, MBI. Wouldn't that be funny if it, tacked on about 50 or 60 cents? Look at this. What I'm talking about, of course, is that it did show up here, and I sort of talked myself out of it, and I guess we shouldn't have. 12.90, 13.15 now. Whoa, guys, look what happened on CMTL. It took out 10 in a fairly big way. Well, at least it did for a bit. Got all the way down to 953, which is sort of the low there. 965. It got down to 953. Well, yeah, Denver. I mean, I know there have been some great ideas in the room. Obviously CRISPR was an awesome idea from Shady, but I'm trying to just concentrate on a couple of scans and, trying to figure out a way to trade them so that, every day I can wake up and get really, really keen about looking at just a couple of scans and that's it. Doesn't mean there's some awesome alerts by people in the room. Doesn't mean they're, because I don't take them. First of all, I didn't even see it. Look at this MBI. Well, we second guess ourselves, Pepe, on this MBI. I completely talked myself out of this trade, and man, oh, you did take it. Okay. I know you're doing everything in the simulator. Well, but so that was a pop right up to almost 1330. Okay, has come right back down. Well, at some point, you'd figure this is gonna have a nice bounce, crisp. So it took out that low. That was a low, 63.26, took that low, nothing. Next low is 60.55 for crisp, CRSP. Now, I think it's not showing up on my 10-day daily breakout because I think my price range is 1 to 60. Otherwise, I'm sure this would have showed up on the 10-day daily breakout or down. Would have shown up here in the combo. Obviously, the option volume is huge, 3.8 times normal. There's an example. You want to take my scan and put a different price range in because this certainly would have caught this. Well, it's funny. It wouldn't have caught it until here on the 5-day. Sort of talking to myself. All right, guys, 11:54. I'm going to put my announcement in, and you'll show up pretty soon, I think. Okay, back around 1 p.m. Eastern time. Not gone yet. Just waiting for Andy to show up. Then I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Andy. Yeah, the relative volume now is at 6 for CRISPR. But again, you're right. The relative volume is just now at 6, and the price range, right? So you know what? Let's up the price range. Why not? Okay, guys. So the AMRX is just hanging in here. What was the next high looking left? I think didn't I have to go back 2 years. Yeah, that's right. I had to go back 2 years. We have to go back 2 years before we see the next high looking left. That's on the monthly chart, and that high is 582. Now, nobody's saying it's going to get to 582, but don't have a lot of chart resistance. ALXO, I think it actually is coming into UAP's at 1237, okay, for ALXO. See if that holds it. So that would have been a quick one, this MBI would have been a very quick one. Nice run from 1290 to 1330, and then right back down. So a lot of kind of scalping today. All right. All right, I hear Andy. Okay, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute now. We'll see you guys in the main room at about 1 o'clock. And I put the YouTube link in, so Andy is in the room now. And now I can say hello to Andy.
Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I'm good. First of all, I want to talk about Alabama.
What's that?
I want to talk about Alabama.
Alabama? Why you want to talk about Alabama?
You want to know why I want to talk about that? Because of what happened with the college football and all?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so this is my take on it. So they're saying that Alabama is better than Florida State, fine, et cetera, et cetera. Understanding, and I understand, the concept, the quarterback's out, et cetera. Just remember that Alabama wouldn't even be there except for some stupid play, 4th and 32 on the last play
Right.
of the game, game before.
I know.
So that is so stupid. Anyway.
It's messed up. They're so far behind the curve. They should have had a playoff system, 10 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You have it at every level in every sport.
Yeah.
You have a playoff system, and geez, forever, they just picked the two best teams, and so finally they went to 4. But yeah, this is a year they really needed about 8.
Oh yeah. Well, next year they have 12 next year.
12, right? But no, I agree, man. Florida State, that's not right.
I just kept hearing how great Alabama is, and I say, come on, one stupid play.
Oh, I know.
4th and 32, last play of the game, and somehow they Hail Mary it. I mean, okay. Anyway,
dumb defense on that one, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Okay, Andy. Any trades for you today?
Just managing some positions. I did enter. I've been in that path for a while, and on the bar reversal today, I added back in. You see what I'm saying?
Yep.
Had that nice little hammer yesterday, and then when it reversed, I added some more back in my path position. So,
okay.
Yeah. So, other than that, not a whole lot. Yeah, it's kind of messy today.
Bit of a choppy day, yeah. I mean, we had at 8:30, of course, we had those numbers that came out, didn't look good, and then all of a sudden it reverted, and then down a little bit, and up a little bit, down a little bit. So, yeah, bit of a tough day.
Yeah.
But there's always the afternoon, Andy, and I always love the afternoons because those ones that lie dormant for a while, all of a sudden, the INTS is the one that has really surprised me. I thought with that news that it would hang around that 10 level. And I thought maybe this could have a chance to really do some crazy stuff.
Crazy stuff. Yeah. I saw your alert go off, and you're right. That was ugly.
Because the news is, if you look at the news, it looks really, really good. But again, that's all. I have no idea if they can make money doing what they're doing, but it's eye catching, and that's all usually traders care about, eye catching news. But anyway, I'll let you go, or I'll let me go, and I'll see you in about an hour.
All right, Barry. Yeah. Take care, buddy.
Okay, thanks.
All right, guys. Excuse me. I was eating some chips and hot salsa, and boy, I got a hold of a pepper, but so if you hear me coughing a little bit over here, so this is the support session. So guys, if you're in here, you have anything that you need help with, as far as the software goes, any configurations or anything at all, just drop in the chat and we'll see if we can figure it out for you. Other than that, if you have any charts you want me to look at, stocks you want to look at, I always enjoy that because sometimes you guys will point out something that will catch my interest. So, but other than that, yeah, it's as far as the overall market goes, it's pretty. We're basically flat on the day. A little dip down this morning, back up, and then back down. Did get stopped out of a few things today. That CAUD I'd been in, that CAUD I'd been in forever, and finally got out of most of it today. But holding on to a little bit. But I made some money. I've scalped out of some uh, on the up moves, but yeah, never could get going. I take that back. To see what I did today. I bought PLTR today at around 43, I believe. Yeah. I saw AI taking off and been waiting for a possible inch. You got a bar reversal, and that's what I bought it on. That, and I did buy Momo in pre-market at 713 this morning, but yeah, not really doing. Look at that big old nasty, perfect wick. That is, look at that. Of almost the same distance from the upside to the downside. That's China stocks for you. But fire away, guys. Yeah, it is a. We'll watch some races here and see if we can maybe catch something. You know what? I've had a nice little run. Swing trading, the last, well, month, I should say. But you're right, the last several days, and you can see why if we take this SPY, and you can kind of just see we've really been kind of going sideways here now for a couple of weeks. So Shaw, you're correct. That thought we may break out today, but it is a Friday, and eh, it's hard to get nice breakouts on a Friday, in my opinion. Too many people want to sell going into the weekend. But you're right. I did, some nice trades all the way through here. But lately, it's been kind of doing some swing scalping, I like to call it, just looking for 2 or 3 day moves, and I'm doing a little bit of bottom fishing. I mean, one of the ones I'm in is this toast. I like the way, and I think I mentioned this in the last one. I like the way this really kind of held on the day after earnings. Typically, when a stock gaps down like that on earnings, they eventually take out that low. Now, it may have taken out by a penny or two, but let's be fair. I mean, this really did not, crash through lows or anything. So it just kind of held out in the channel. Now we've taken a step up above some moving averages, and you know, I look for some sort of constructive 2 week, 3 week, whatever it would be period. There's SLV hitting the 50 that I put in this morning, an alert. If you're so bold. Uh, like getting back to toast. I mean, and what this is what I typically will do. I mean, is I'll take it off my blotter because if I look at it and I see action, a lot of times I'll just pounce out of it. But a stock that I'm in and have been in for a while on bottom fishing is this lithium, and yeah, it's kind of same kind of scenario here. Kind of held this low. I think I'm in pretty low, guys, on this one. I'm below 13. I know that. But anyway, had I just took it off my blotter and put a stop in, kind of maybe around 1250 or something like that, and hey, now I'm up about 3 points in this thing, so maybe not that much, 2.5. Oh, you hit MTG off Holly yesterday. That was so yeah. So did you stay in that thing? You know what? I this was supposed to be on my list today, and I forgot to put. I think what it was is I was just thinking it probably not going to have that kind of move today. But yeah, you can see my price alert up there. This is definitely going to be one that I watch on Monday for sure. Could be some nice follow through there. If it gets to that 18, I think it's a foregone conclusion. It can go 25 cents, and then if it gets to that number, that's impressive. So yeah, strong chart there. Nice little look at that little saucer, kind of saucer right there. All right. Yeah, Patrick, you're right. So some folks are uh, probably thinning out, because we've had a nice run. We're having a hard time getting through, and breaking out to highs. So I can imagine, people are taking some profits. Now, this is where I'm really careful chasing, stocks. I had some great entries in both Meta. This was on my list, uh, off the 50 period down here. But look what happened this day right here. So I'm in it, and then yeah, right here, it was holding closing above this 50, and then I got out of it on that close below 50 right there. But I really shouldn't have. I should have used a bar reversal, and now it's moving higher. And the same thing with Nvidia. I mean, that was one ugly candle right here on this day. Now I did scalp out half of my position. I bought it off the 50. I scalped out half, and this is what I'll do a lot when the market's kind of overextended is I'll look for good entries, and then I will scalp out half, and then I hold on to my second half. But that ugly candle right there, I got out on the close that day, and it was very rookie of me to do that because really you didn't have a bar reversal. It still held the 50 period moving average. It was just such an ugly candle that day. I'm like, you know what? I'm taking my profits and going. But oh well, probably get another opportunity coming up for that thing to pull back again. Let's see, I mentioned PLTR. Some of these, yeah, that Momo, I may just get out for a flat if that's going to go all the way down to a flat on me. I have small size, so I didn't. I bought it in pre-market, so yeah, it's tiny size. So I may look to see maybe one of those if and when China can ever get a bounce. You guys not know I like to play China, but I just haven't been doing too much lately. I'm in a few. I'm in this time, but I scalped out of some today on that move, and it's kind of liking the setup in this Yum, holding on to its 50 period. But I like those because you can, when you're right, you can get some incredible moves. And when you're wrong, I just get out, hopefully pretty cheap. Okay, COD. I guess it's time for me to sell the rest. Only have a little bit left. Excuse me just 1 second. Get rid of this last little bit here. Let's try to get out on the offer. All right. See if I caught up on all the yeah, you know what? I regret not getting in that too. There's a lot of ARC stocks that I like. Now, luckily I caught Path and that was a good one. But I really liked the Centennial one. And of course, I'm waiting on a pullback to that, but I'm not getting it. Looks like this thing's going to go back to highs. That was definitely a one I wanted. What's Upstart? Is it pulling back yet? I know it had some. Not really. It's really why I like a toast. I think this, could be could be setting up for a really nice move. And yeah, I definitely will get aggressive. If it takes out that let's call it the 10 1550 level, which probably not happen today, but maybe next week. As I say that, the market will roll on over them, probably punch out. Shots getting a bounce. It keeps holding on to that 20 period moving average. Let me close out some of these price alerts. So you see, I have a lot of price alerts in that. I kind of like the story here. I think there may be something behind this little pissant, I call them. I mean, I don't know. Looks like they're put their product out on Amazon the other day and sold out in one day, and I don't know. Just I see it, making some earning revenues and got a good cash to debt ratios. See what happens. Just take a look. Did I look at that A frame? Yeah, it's a nice one. But here's what you do in something like that when you feel like you miss it. Just put some price alert in there. I mean, it's what I do all the time because a lot of times, people get nervous in this market, start taking profits and cough them up to you. All right, let's see what you Momo guys. Oh, that GHTX. I've been seeing that a few times. I don't think on Barry's list. There you go. APLT. Seems like I've been seeing that a couple of times too. Yeah, it's gotten away from me. Nice breakout there. May have to add back in a little bit of this shot. I've been scalping it. I like the way it held that 20 again. Good job, Bill. Yeah, that's did you day trade it or are you still sitting in some? Hopefully hopefully you held on to a little bit at MTG. I added back in some more of that shot. You took your money and ran. Yeah, that's nothing wrong with taking some profits. That's sure. That's right. I remember the days. I still take my money and run sometimes. Your target hit. There you go. What you're yeah, you're probably, if you're a day trader, obviously if you're a swing trader, you probably would have held on to some. All right, let's take a look through Barry's watch list up that came through today. That was kind of an ugly move there in Carvana. AI is holding on okay. BMXT, I remember that one, coming back. Yeah, not of a lot of head fakes today and getting and then failed. Just not strange on a Friday. All right, let's take a look at the big boys here. See what's if anything setting up nicely. Nvidia, talked about that one already. Meta Shop, I think had a pullback the other day, didn't it? Yeah, kind of in no man's land. Microsoft would look good above that level there. Yeah, Netflix is kind of definitely in no man's land there. If you get a pullback to this level, and this is sometimes what I'll do, a lot of times maybe that 50 period will creep up by the time it gets there. Tesla's been kind of stuck in the mud lately, but you can see I have a price alert of that one. AMD had a nice day yesterday. And Google's pulling back some today. Yeah, a lot of these ones I'm looking at, they need to pull back more or either break out on volume because nice green bar in the SPY. People trying to short this market still still getting frustrated. Dish, man, that thing is, I was looking at it down here and I was like, man, do I want to try this thing? Is it going to be one of those companies that turn around and make it, or is it going to be one of those that go BK? Looks like it's trying to make it, but I don't want to chase it now because that would be a key level there. Ranny, nice one. Ranny's ranning. Space Mobile. All right, guys, you guys are quiet out there, but it is a Friday. Hoping this towel is going to come back to him and raise that a little bit. It'll probably happen on the morning, get slammed down. I kind of want to I'd love to pick some of that up off the 20, this resistance or what support level now, right around hopefully 1050. There you go, shot. There you go. I've made some good good money just buying this thing. So down here, I caught the bottom of that move right there and shot. I think I was bidding like uh 285 or something like that. And then on this day, I caught the I'm trying to see what the bottom where I caught that at. I think it was 40. I can't remember, but it was right at the 20. I think maybe even a little bit below it, maybe 350 or something like that. But now I've been scalping in and out of it. Like those, I'm always doing, these when I see a momentum trade, if I always like put an alert, down near, key moving averages. I don't even know what this retail trade curve toward holdings. Nice looking chart. If you can get set me alert right there. Man, a lot of financials have been doing well lately. I had this FR not doing it's not having a good day, but I think you have to watch this FR GE, liking the way that was setting up. Wasiga, nice move. Look at that volume bar there. I have to see if that's an exhaustion bar. They got a new vaccine out or something? Volume bar there in Pub M. Another nice looking chart. It's back above 10. Hold on just a minute, guys. Let's see. Silver holding that 50. That's extremely oversold. You think you'd probably get a bounce there, but I don't not I just don't trade it very well. if I don't buy it, it was a perfect entry. And if I buy it, it's crashing. Huh. Well, yeah, I was keeping it in the back of my mind because my alert went off when it hit that. Let's see, what's the dollar doing today? It's probably up because of jobs numbers, of course, but yeah, not exploding by no means. BlackBerry trying to poke its head up. GNW alert. There's another financial, isn't it? Yep, insurance carrier. I got to take that up a little bit higher there. That could be a good swing trade. Uh, Slow mover. I might as well put that one near that triple top. Although that's pretty crazy action after earnings. I don't know about that. You know it's slow right now when I see shot coming through my relative strength race and it's not doing anything but kind of sitting. Rum coming through the race. Yeah, you can tell. What happened with this one? It was up so strong. Look at that thing, man. That's brutal. Almost filled the gap. I guess whatever happened during this move didn't work out. Yeah, it looks like we're gonna sit here probably and do a doji and the spy. Take a look at the cues real quick. Could be the same thing in that. Well, I tell you, China is just can't get FXI especially. It's just on a death march. Look at that thing. I know there's going to be a great opportunity coming. That's why I keep nibbling some of these ones that are holding up well. If you ever get a bounce, but even my Lee, which I love so much, hadn't been able to trade it in a long time because it's just ugly. I got an alert if it comes down here, maybe tags at 200, but man, it's just brutal. Prestige Wealth. I'm still liking that RITM. A boy shot. This little thing sometimes when it gets going, it gets going. Just like look at this day right here. So it has every bit of potential to go to highs. But I can see it pretty much just setting in here, maybe potentially setting up for uh, doing a little flag here, setting up for Monday. See if it's making the. It's weird now. It's not making the list here. Attaboy PLTR. Get up there and go through that 50. It's turned into a cheerleader now. All right. It is pretty slow. Market turned back. SPY is getting a back, trying to get back above its 10-period moving average. Volume is dying out though. But PWM, yeah, I saw that on that Prestige Wealth. I mentioned that earlier. I'm telling you, if you find, yeah, if you can find these little Pissant companies, financial companies, a lot of them are getting a nice pop. I need to do some research over the weekend. Okay, I did sell the rest of that cod. I'm sure that's the bottom, but oh well. Got to draw the line somewhere. Been in it for, yeah, I made money on it, but been in it for like 3 weeks. Boy, just a nice little trend there, riding that 10-period moving average. CDIO. Yeah, several days of pullback and then didn't quite get the gap fill. But you're right. As far as the intraday goes, that's a nice little trend, grinding higher, and really not much volume. I got to put alert right here at my entry, so decide if I want to even mess with that. And probably gonna get out of this yum too. I don't know. See what's it's right at the 50 right now. Hive, what is Hive doing? Yeah, that's a nice looking chart there. What is it? Is it a Bitcoin or is it gold and silver? I think one of those gold and silver that switched over to Bitcoin. Blockchain. Yeah, cryptocurrency. Yeah, definitely one to watch, that's for sure. I'm always careful though holding these overnight, because you get a drop in Bitcoin, can be ugly. Okay. Probably one of my worst trades of the year is BDTR. I think you guys, anybody who's in here, noticed, and I was loving this thing, this pattern that was setting up, and I just did not get stay patient. I mean, anytime it's so hard, to try to, I probably got out on that day right there. Sure, I did, but basically from 380 or something like that where I was in, now it's almost doubled. But this is what I'm saying. You just have to. The best way to trade these kind of like these is like I'm telling you in that lithium is just don't load up anticipating when you think it should go because you're going to get stopped out if you do that. But if you just take a small amount of shares, put you a stop at lows. So let's say you're in at 360, 365. You just whatever you can stomach. To I don't think you have to put it all the way to lows. Maybe below three if it's 500 shares and I mean, you still up $1,500 and you just take it off. You take it off your blotter and just put a stop in and don't and I'm doing that more and more in my swing trading account. Just buying a little bit and forgetting about it. Probably what I should do is shot. Just put a put a stop below these two bars right here, 325 or something, and just take it off my screen. CDT, is that the one we just looked at? Oh, it's the one I just set. Hood was on my list the other day, and I didn't buy it. I called it out in my video uh, above this 200 day. Boom. Got to start trading trading the ones I mentioned in the video. But I did mention Path today, and I did buy some more of that. I hear something, Barry.
Oh man, all I did was smack my lips.
Yeah, I heard a little click.
Well, listen, I've lost interest today. So do you mind doing the last 2 hours?
I think everybody's lost interest, Barry.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm really. I
it's
mean,
pretty
there's
it's pretty
nothing.
dead out there. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty dead. But I've got to struggle on for another 2 hours. So oh well. I usually stop at around 3, and William in the room keeps the room open till 4. I always stick around if there are questions, but yeah, I mean today is just.
Oh
But you
yeah.
never know, Andy. You just
You
never
never
know.
do. Mm-mm.
Look at this docu as an example.
Uh-huh. I
Man, oh
saw that
man,
coming through my no. That's an
yeah.
earnings play, right? Yeah.
It's an earnings play, and it's
Yeah.
now right at the 200 day.
Mhm.
And I mean, the next high looking left for us on the daily chart is around 50.74.
Uh-huh.
So
I see that.
anyway, yeah. So you're not going to take me up on my offer, okay?
No,
I'll
no,
give you
no, I
give
think
you
I'm gonna
$100.
yeah. Oh, man. I would, Barry,
Oh,
but
yeah, I know. I'm kidding you, of course. Okay, I'll take over for you now.
alright, man. Appreciate it, Barry. And you
Have a
have a good
great
weekend,
weekend.
buddy. Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Everybody,
Okay.
you
Bye
do the
bye.
same out there. Bye-bye.
Both rooms now. Okay, back in both rooms now. Well, it's funny. Here's the HCP. So this was my premise at the beginning of the day. I got stopped out of it. Thought, maybe, but it was just way, way too choppy. But my premise was, what I've been seeing over the last several weeks that these stocks that are making all-time lows seem to have a bit of a bounce in them. And I did actually take this one, but I got stopped out. But it's way too choppy. But anyway, there it is. There it is. Okay, Marius, you're on. So, newbie, do you have a? Okay, I mean, I'll look at Apple, but how is Apple doing today? Well, it's up a big 0.47% on relative volume of 1. Okay, there you go. The all-time high is over here, 196.73, I guess, or maybe here, 198.23. So, it's close to an all-time high, but what else to say about it? Completely trades with the market. I mean, look at this. Follow the market, follow Apple. No, it's okay, Marius. It's okay. Now, what is Rani doing? RANI, another low float. Well, so the Rani Therapeutics CEO discloses the purchase of 10,000 shares. The price Cost them obviously at 227. Cost them 22,700. Okay, so insider buying. Insider buying. Yeah, Para continues to make new highs here, guys. Here's one I don't think I've ever seen. AADI, Bioscience. Not very much volume. 3.5 normal, but not very much volume. Don't think I've ever seen this one. Ugly looking daily. Well, caused the stock to go up 29%. That's why they did it. This closed at 10,000. All right, guys, SWBI just triggered in the option on the combined through the 200-day. Let's take a look at that 200-day moving average, 1255. It's an earnings play, SWBI. Well, I mean, the next low looking left, it's got room. It's just got to get through that 200-day moving average. You know, again, the jury's out on that combo scanner on shorting. Still, I haven't seen a lot that I would do on the short side. No, I haven't had that many alerts, to be honest. So see what happens. See what happens next week. Let's see what happens on this one. That was a long time ago, Wiggle Boss, but it's okay to repost. Okay, SWBI. I mean, the relative volume is great. Nine times normal, 9.7 times normal right now. I just feel like if I took this short, I'd be just sort of chopping around. I just don't. I just don't see it being dynamic enough. I may be completely wrong, but it's just like most of the things I'm seeing have just kind of ground to a halt. Okay, guys, I'm going to do a video now. Time is it? 13:05, 1:05, say 1:06. Okay, so I should be back. Okay, about 116 ET shouldn't be that long, but just in case. All right, guys, so I'm putting myself on mute, both rooms. Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you talking about our Halt's resume scanner? I don't have that for blue. I still have the original Halt at 1118. Oh, I see. You mean it's supposed to come trading at 125 or 130? Okay. 130, 125. Okay. Oh, okay, guys. Well, who knows what's going to happen? Okay, the quotes go live at 125 and maybe they resume at 130. Okay. Well, I make no bones about it, guys. I've kind of lost interest. I just don't really see what the SWBI is doing. Yeah. I see. So I'm not getting that. You always get you get the resumes also when sometimes I don't get them. Hmm. I'll tell you what I'll do, Dan. Before I do anything, I will save my work. Okay, I'm going to save everything and see if it happens for me to me. Okay, so you click on the channel bar, new doc channel bar, doc channel bar, right? And then the swing link, the swing picks. And you're saying when you do it, okay, well, here goes nothing. Again, if it freezes up, it's not the end of the world. I've saved everything. So, okay. Okay. So far, nothing is frozen. Must be your system. Yeah. Must be on your side. Hmm. Let's just take a look at the dock channel bar again and go to the swing picks. How many charts are there? I don't, why would it, shouldn't he just get an error message? But so there's only one chart, right? So Pepe's asking, how many, are you a standard or premium subscriber, Dan? How many charts do you have open right now from Trade Ideas, not including this one chart? Okay, so how many charts do you have open, not including this one? So do you have 20? because you can have 20 premium. And so what Pepe is maybe insinuating is that when you add that, when you open this one, this is the 21st, maybe that's the reason. But you're saying you can go into other channels, which I think other channels have, it depends on the channel, I guess, but I think every single channel has the spy. So that can't be it. If you only have 10 up, then that can't be it. Don't look at my resources. I'm always in the red. Hmm. But you're saying it only happens when you click on that channel, not any other channel. Is that correct? Just that channel. It's the forbidden channel. For fun, though I don't think it's the case at all. I just want to check the top list, though it's almost impossible. But let me just see. I know what I'm. Yeah, there's not even a top list here, is there? I thought maybe there might be a top list and 1,000 symbols or something, but there's not even a top list here. Well, there's this, okay, but yeah, it's only set at 50. But if it's only that channel, that is really, really strange. When you do reboot, don't look at mine. Mine is in red all the time. It doesn't seem to really affect me, but it's in red all the time. So when you finally do reboot, take a look at the green ball, and right beside it, you can click on that. That'll tell you how many windows and all that you've got open. But ideally, that should be green. It's only three shades. Red is the worst, yellow, and then green. All right, guys. Last time I looked at this one, this SMAR, it's an earnings play, and it was hanging around the 44 mark. Then it popped up. It was hanging around the 44 mark, popped up, and now it's below a new low here. I'm just not. I mean, yeah, it's got room. I mean, it's got a little bit of room to the next low, 43.33. I'm just not that interested in, quite frankly, doing anything right now. Well, we've got some true believers here, guys, for CRISPR. Okay. First of all, we've got Mizuho, 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 with an $82 price target. This is today. Okay. This is even after all this, an $82 price target. But hang on, Hang on. 220 price target by Truist. And these are today. And this is what you're talking about. Okay. I mean, how crazy is this? I mean, yeah, would be available at a list price at two. I mean, how crazy is this? 2.2 million in their gene therapy would be available at a list price of 2.2 million in the United States. And blue is, well, so you know what's going to happen with blue. 3.1 million. I mean, well, Alex, I guess, I mean, you can point to the cost of treatment. Something seems out of whack, though. So I don't know if this news came, well, they must have known this before. I mean, the sequence right now, as I'm looking, here are the, so there's 1256, but then at 1316, it's coming out with that 2.2 million. I don't know if these guys knew that here, but anyway, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Okay, headline news from Interactive Brokers. Hey, you know what's starting to move again, guys, is ALXO. So what you're saying is spend $2.2 million, somebody, to save $10 million in hospitalization. I mean, I'll make those numbers up. So, you know, this ALXO, it actually held the VWAP. 1237 is the VWAP right around this area. So it kind of held the VWAP. Oh, I see what you're saying. So at 125, halted because of extraordinary events. Okay, I see. So it should start trading at 130. I would not want to be a holder of this based on what happened with CRISPR. So this is their news, of course. This happened. It looks like around 1 o'clock. Details the plans for the commercial launch of this gene therapy. Any any mention of the price here? Well, I hope nobody's in this one. I mean, listen, it may pop, but I hope nobody's in this one based on what we saw with CRISPR. How different is it from what I just showed, Wigglevoss? Or maybe you don't see my screen or didn't see my screen. Well, it'll be fascinating to see where it does open. If it could open in a little over 2 minutes, 2 minutes from now, if it's going to open at 1:30. Yeah, if you're in the YouTube room, I think Andy was. I think he was talking about this one that he bailed on. I think he was talking about this one that he bailed on early, and it's basically doubled for him. But he bailed on it down here. He got bored. This is a Bitcoin play, of course. Volume coming in. Look at the big volume bar right there coming in. All right, guys. So Sienna just broke down through the whole number. Next low looking left is 43.83. Takes that out somehow. Well, you see how that 200-day moving average kind of held SWBI, that blue line right there. It moved a couple of pennies below it, but that basically held it, which is why I didn't want to take the short, even though it came in the scanner, the combo scanner. Yeah, real tough open. Well, good for you. Who was short? Who said they were short? Mon, Mon, you were short. Okay, good for you. I think it's halted again. Yeah, it just got halted again on the way down. Hope you got some out because you never know what might happen. But there's the 200-day moving average also, 363. And you knew you knew the poor people who were here thinking we were gonna get well, the FDA news, yes. I think it was gonna be wonderful, and then it got halted, and then they see all what happened with CRISPR, and then they see the cost of the treatment, and meanwhile, they're trapped in this halt, unless you were short. Nothing you can do about it. Oh, okay. You were talking about Dune. Somebody was talking was that you, Casa, or, Cam? Dune? Oh, this is the SPAC, yeah. I haven't seen a good SPAC for a while, guys. We haven't seen a SPAC that's just gone crazy and maintained. We've seen SPACs that, pop up and then come right back down. We haven't seen a SPAC for a while that has just kept going to insane numbers or insane prices. I haven't seen one for a while. Meanwhile, wow, Doc, you just took out 50. Wow. So, to sum up, I mean, this wasn't bad today. Again, the jury's out for me on these shorts, but certainly the ALXO, I mean, for me, it worked out okay. It was very quick. The docu 4909, I mean, we're sitting at 50.15, all day. And the MBI was quick also. Went from 1290 to I think 1325. And it's even looking not bad. I mean, it's even trying to crawl up. So on the long side, still have, a lot of confidence on the long side. I have no confidence yet on the short side for these. Now, it may be that we need the market to be negative. The last 2 days, the market's been, I think, positive, but well, here's your projected open. Okay. There's the halt. This blue screen is from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, so there's the halt price, 383. Here is a projected open, lower. And you can tell now this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. Oh, wait a minute. It halted almost immediately after this. So it'd be 5 minutes from, again, for whatever reason, it's the server I'm on. It doesn't show the halt when it happens very quickly after the resumption. Okay, Orgo just showed up on that scanner, the combo. Now, here's the deal. Yeah, the next high is 349, but it's right at that high here, 319. And this is showing up on the scanner in which we reduced the relative volume to 6 from 8. Okay, right there. Oops. So let's see if I can really crack through that level. It's amazing though, isn't it? I mean, look what it's doing. I mean, it's just a penny. It's just there. Okay, here we go. It's not a low float. Again, they don't have to be low floats, but this is not a low float. 78 million in the float for Orgo, ORGO. Problem, of course, you look at this and it looks awfully extended. And it just doesn't look that dynamic. I mean, it's just, 320, 321 is just fine, but it's just not trading much. So I see that blue is still halted. So that's definitely going to be at least a 10-minute halt now. I'm intrigued with the Orgo. I have to admit, I am intrigued by it. Okay, so blue just opened. Blue just opened, and any sort of a bounce. Little bit of a bounce. Nope, sorry, no bounce. Unless you were super quick. And it's gonna get halted again, I think. I think blue's gonna get halted again. Yeah, just got halted again. Oh, man. Poor people up here thinking they were gonna have great news. Meanwhile, the two that I've been watching, SMR, not in them, but SMAR and Sienna just keep moving down penny by penny. There's the Rani up again, guys. Another new high for Rani, RANI. CEO bought, I don't know, $22,000 worth of stock. So the market is popping this one because of that. Not even a low float. I mean, 16 million is low, but it's not crazy low. To be up 34% because of that, that's crazy. Not very much volume, 11 times normal, but not a lot of absolute volume. All right, Orgo, a little pop here for Orgo. Okay, guys, I'll be right back. Wow, blue's even showing up here now. So it opened up again. Blue's showing up here in the scanner on the way down. Wow. Halted again, halted again. Wow, 277 maybe? Anix, ANIX. Let's take a look at this one, see if it's is there anything ugly, ugly looking daily chart, topping tails the last few days. Maybe we'd have a late day surge, but no way for the INTS. Oh man, it's only 150. Oh, I may take off early, guys. Might hang around to see what the heck happens with this blue ultimately. You would think there could be some support around here, the 250 to 260 level based on the chart, but the news and how it's being treated could wipe all this out. I mean, it's a lifetime low basically right now. Meanwhile, on the other side, Docu just keeps making new high after new high. All right. Well, Docu is now coming into another high well, it's actually through the 200-day moving average. That's right. It took that out around 50. The next high looking left is 50.69 right there on the daily chart, 50.74 on the daily chart. So it still has a little bit of room to that high. But, all on the way up, it took out this high, That didn't really stop it. Took out the 200-day moving average. Really hasn't had a big sell-off throughout the day. A little minor one here from 49.46 down to, yeah, 48.83, kind of minor. Yeah, so now you've got to halt up. Okay. Now you've got to halt up. And let's see what happens here. So there's your projected open. Of course, that may not do it, but there's your halt 310. Hmm. What is this one about here? This Mura, Mura. Let's take a look at this. I mean, this had, I guess this was an IPO or a SPAC that turned into this. You can kind of see got up to on the day it started trading as Mura up to 1683 and just collapse. I do remember this day. So let's just see what's happening with it now. Looking for next highs. So we're at 411. The next high is 40. Okay, that's 406. 425. 425 is the next high. Now, if we can get through all of that, 425 again, then you've got 535. So I am sticking a price alert around 425. Don't think probably won't happen today, but what if it happens next week? And traders start looking at this, this huge void. So I'll put my price alert at 425 and see if it happens next week. Other one, ones that are Dublin. I really think, I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think this is one of those companies that took advantage of the tax breaks before that loophole was closed. I think there were a lot of companies that headquartered in Dublin. Dublin made a big push as a city, a country, enticing companies to come over, especially these bios. Well, not just bios. Oh, look at this! Look at this doji from Momo. Just about. I mean, almost that topping tail is about the same size as the bottoming tail. How boring is this? Well, I guess if you shorted it up here at 762 and weighted down here, I guess that would have been pretty good. But I was expecting more out of this. We've seen this one kind of go crazy. I don't even know what our float. We don't even have float information on it. Well, William, if you do take Shady's advice, don't forget the little guys back at Trade Ideas. Remember where you got your start. Okay, guys. Ooh, 2 o'clock, not quite. Okay, guys, it is 2 o'clock now. So what I'm going to do, just one last time, talk about my homepage. Then I might put myself on mute, come back on if there are questions. Other than that, I don't really have too much more to say. End of a exciting week for sure. Not so exciting today for me anyway. I was hoping more. Well, I should have had more faith in taking the docu from that scan, but okay. So click on my homepage link, and you will be brought to this page. You're at the top here. So again, here's a promo code for 15% off the first month only. If you do want to take out an annual, I can get you a 25%. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription at some point in the future, please use the code. Come into the room, use the code. Helps really, really will help to keep this room free. Okay. And if you do take out a subscription, do the get started. Take you about 30 minutes to go through the 10 short videos. Trading 101 series of videos that can really help brand new people who are brand new to the market. Daily stock of the day video that I do. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week is free. Actually, I want to see what Palantir is doing. I know it did not trigger the LTR. Yeah, so it did not trigger. Again, when you get the email, you'll see there's a suggested entry price. It did not get there. And, so there's Monday's action. So yeah, I can't remember what the trigger was, but didn't come close. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just a non-trade of the week. Education section is here. And again, here are my scans. So my scans, here they are. I really intrigued to see what happens with this one next week. This is my turn into by far my favorite scan. Don't get too many alerts, but the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily breakdown combo presented by Pepe. Okay. But here are all the other scans that I'm sharing. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'm not going yet. I'm not allowed to go yet, but thank you, Nib. You too. Somebody in APLT. Well, you obviously got the email, Vicky. Just follow the instructions. I don't know who it's open to. I don't know if you have to be a premium subscriber or not, but the email should give all the information. Let's see if I can dig up the email. It doesn't look like you have to be a premium subscriber. You just need to, yeah, starts on December 19th. So you just have to read it. $7.70 to do this challenge. This covers the data fees. So just a quick 3 days, really, 19th to the 21st. I'm sure it's on the homepage too. I'm just looking at the email that went out to everybody. That's pretty cool though. $2,200 Amazon gift card. Okay, so it's not a Trade Idea subscription. It's actually a gift card. Spend it as you see fit if you win. So this is what we're talking about here. Okay, so if you go to our homepage, so go to our homepage or go to you can click on my link, I believe. Click on my link, and then there's a way to get to the homepage features. No. Well, here you go. Anyway, I'll put the homepage link in. You're right here. Okay, thank you. As always, Pepe. So you can go to my homepage and just click on the logo. Okay, so you can go to my homepage and then just click on the logo as Pepe pointed out to me. Okay, and you can try your luck. I don't know how many people are going to take get into the contest, but Ooh, you know what I thought, guys? Oh my goodness. I thought this was the INTS. It's INST. I thought it was the INTS at $27, but it's not the INTS, it's the INST. I thought, oh my goodness, how did I miss that? Just seeing this now. So, Vicky, talking about Sienna? Yeah, nice bounce for sure. 43, so not quite a dollar. Good one. And maybe getting through these, there's the 10 SMA and the 8 EMA on the 15-minute chart. So just three trades for me today, guys. Yeah, the HCP and the MDRX, a couple of losses. And then what really helped me was the ALXO. Not that it really, well, I mean, it worked out okay. It worked out okay for me. Came right into the level that we thought it might stall at, and that's exactly what happened. You know, guys, we should watch this one on Monday. I mean, this is a very strange. I mean, it's traded 29 million. This one meaning the INTS, 8 million in the float. It's traded 29 million. It's still going to, it's still going to be up probably 100%. That's what people are going to see. And it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Hit in the pre-market, got all the way up to 15. The headline looked, eye-catching at the very least. So I'm definitely going to watch this one on Monday, see if it maybe it was just, a lot of profit taking, something that's up 100%. Who knows? Maybe it gets going again on Monday. So for me to know about this one, I better put some price alerts in. Put a price alert right around 9:27. Yeah, so I'll just put a price alert in this area, and who knows? Maybe on Monday, it has another run. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. I'll hop back on the mic if there was a question, but I'm just going to put myself on mute for a bit. Today, William, what are you going to do? 3:30 or pack it in at 3? 3:30. Okay. All right. So when I do take off, William will keep the main room open until 3:30. There'd be no screen sharing. Nobody's talking, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. And for the YouTubers that are there, I'll put the trading room link in the YouTube section, so you can head over and to the trading room the main trading room if you want to do that. Meanwhile, I will put myself on mute right now. All right, I got to come back, guys. Look at this BMEA. We saw this, of course, the last few days, just been selling off horribly, but all the way back down to almost $10. And then it bounced. And I guess it's because Citi is urging investors Friday to buy the big dip, arguing that the market was completely missing the point of the company's recently released data. Huh. How about that? And again, I think isn't this the one that was it Truist had a who's what was the stock that Truist had a $220 price target? Was it this one? Somebody had about an 85 and somebody else had a 220. I just can't remember if it was for the BMEA. You don't often get, I mean, we cannot emphasize enough the opportunity to buy shares at the current discount. I mean, that is pretty darn bullish. Probably have a lot of clients stuck if you want to be a skeptic. You're not talking to me about this, right, newbie? You're talking to William. I have no idea if you think it will cover the net. The buy price, I don't know. It was, well, okay, let's take a look at the monthly chart, or sorry, the daily chart. It would have been higher than the high on Monday. So it would have been higher than 1993. I don't know what it was, but it would have been higher than the high on Monday because it never triggered. I guess it might have been in the 20s somewhere. I don't have the email anymore. 2031. I knew you would come through. So yeah, so the alert was at 2031. Yeah, it makes sense. There's the high on Friday. I think it was all about being taking out the high on Friday, last Friday, of course, and that's 2029. And it didn't really come close. Got up to 1995, and that was it. Maybe so, Grumpy. It's not my thing. But definitely be watching BMEA on Monday and see if that very promotional piece put up by Citi, if it has a bigger effect than just that. I mean, it's actually gone positive. So let's take a look at this. Yeah, so they've reiterated, Citigroup reiterates a buy, $90 price target. Must have been another one that I saw that it had a $220 price target. Can't remember which one that was. Probably the bounce of the day, percentage-wise. I mean, if you got it right at the very bottom here, $10 all the way up to 15, 50% bounce. Look at this EF Hutton one. I mean, we saw this started trading as EF. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. I thought there was an okay, I'm wrong. This is the acquisition corporation. So this is a SPAC. I was saying we haven't seen a SPAC do that much lately. And by that, I mean, okay, you're here, then you're here, then you're here, and it keeps running and running without all the chop. Last name pronounced Einarsson. Good Icelandic stock. Nope. It's the Ain as in reindeer. Meanwhile, I mean, I'm just talking about this EFHT and it's running. What's the spread like? Actually, the spread isn't bad. Well, it wasn't bad. It's bad now. It was 1501, 1502. Usually, when a stock runs like this, usually they've made an announcement on who they're merging with. I haven't seen any or who the potential merger might be with. I just don't see anything here. I don't think so. Have I eaten reindeer? We were in Iceland just before the pandemic, I guess, and I don't recall eating reindeer there. I'm not sure I could. I would hate to be eating Rudolph. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers for EFHT. Guys, I mean, this is not a great day. Well, I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, nothing spectacular. Well, again, I shouldn't say it like that. Also, Docu on a day like today, I think, with being fairly choppy and a Friday. Um, I'm loving the longs, not loving the shorts. What I'm actually seeing on the shorts is that they turn into more like bounce plays, but not loving the shorts, loving the longs. I mean, even again, we just have to look at the time of the alert, the price, and this is the only one that gave me something that, I really did okay on, the ALXO. I didn't do okay on the Docu because I didn't take it. But, a dollar, a little over a dollar move. And the Argo, I mean, so 319 to what, 325? Nothing spectacular, but nothing bad. In other words, if I were gonna say bad, I would say, okay, you get an alert. Well, and how can I forget the MBI? 1290 and up to this level. Bad to me would have been, getting an alert and then dropping immediately and bad. So really, not too bad, not too bad. The four suggestions to go long on a day where, I didn't see too much happening. How do I have my charts set up? And when you mean, what do you mean on the bottom? Okay, this is my volume bar. These are my volume bars. These are that is the 8 EMA, that's the 10 SMA, the orange, and this is the 200 a day moving average. Are you asking how to get these lines on, or the difference between, yeah, are you talking about a 15-minute versus daily versus weekly? Is that what you mean? All the charts are, I mean, okay, all the charts have the same volume bar. I mean, obviously the different volumes, the different based on the time frame, but they're all looking the same down here. And again, on my 15-minute chart, I have the 8 EMA and the 10 SMA. I have the 200-day moving average here, and that's it. But are you talking about how do you get the different time frames? Oh, okay. I'll be honest, I don't really pay that much attention to this. The only one I really pay attention to is the 200-day moving average, and then where the VWAP is. I just check the VWAP, what the VWAP is up here in my single stock window. You got JetBlue. Okay, let's take a look at JetBlue. I want to see. Was So you're talking 11:08. You're talking about 11:08 Eastern time, right? So, and was that a short? Oh no, you got a long. You got a long. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Blue, not JetBlue. I'm sorry. I am tired. Okay, so blue. We saw blue in the abnormal option activity here. At 11:08. Okay, 11:08. Oh, just before it, oh, I see. Okay, right there. Okay, so you had a short? You had a short? This was a short alert from the scan? Oh, it triggered long. Okay. Okay. I can see why. I mean, look pretty good. Yeah, look at the market. Yeah, the market wants to, it's a pretty big, excuse me, a pretty big run now. Pretty big. No disconnect. Dow's up, Nas is up. Okay, guys, if I don't see any other questions, I think I will shut myself down. Okay. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. I'm sorry, the trading room link into our YouTube room so you guys can head over if you want to. William will keep the room open until 3:30 Eastern time, of course. You can't. I have to DM you and then you can talk to me. The reason being, the guy who actually is the third-party software for the room, he said you shouldn't do it because you could get inundated all day long with people DMing you when all they had to really do was, ask a general question. Very rare that anybody asks me a question that is very personal. El Toro. Ask it. Go ahead. Ask the question, Marius. What I mean, what could you possibly be asking me that you too? Really? Oh God. Okay. See if I can get a redo of my birth date. Nope. Nope. I'm not going to tell you. Tell you what. You tell me yours. Okay. You tell me yours, and if it's the same, I'll fess up. How's that? And I'll be honest. Nope. Okay. Oh yeah, we have LinkedIn. I don't go there. No idea what you mean by that, but okay. I'm not on. You know what? I'm rarely on any social media. I have a little Twitter account that I post. The opening of the room in the morning, and that's it. I don't. I do follow a couple of people on Twitter, but it's all sports related, and that's it. I I have no time, no time. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that like that. I have no inclination. That's more to the point. No inclination. I didn't see that. I didn't see anybody ribbing me about my photo, so I missed it completely. Boy, this E.F. Hutton, my goodness. Yeah. So, Casa, you actually posted who it was, right? Who they're looking at? Is that right? My hobby right now, believe it, is learning Spanish. That is my hobby. Not really a hobby. Duolingo, absolutely. In fact, where is Duolingo right now? Around. Okay, Don. You see, you're going way back. You're going way back. I didn't. Yeah, raising African night crawlers. Yes, I raised African night crawlers. Yes. You mean making furniture, Chippendale furniture? Uh-huh. Look at MBI. My God. Okay. You know what? On Monday, I don't care. I'm going to hold all these right to the bitter end. Oh. So the African nightcrawler is a very small worm. However, when it hits cold water, it jumps and wriggles like no other worm. Well, I shouldn't say no other worm, but most of the other worms. The big fat, juicy worms that you see, yeah, they're okay. But the African nightcrawler, now there's a worm. And I'm just waiting for, I did this, I don't know how many years ago, several years ago. It was a Friday afternoon, not unlike this one, maybe about 3:15. Somebody asked me, "Well, what have you done in the past?" I got into, we just started. I mean, obviously, it wasn't anything to do with the market. And somebody wrote in and saying to Trade Ideas, saying, "What the heck is going on?" I joined, wanted to get some insight about trading. Wrote a real scathing email. No, I don't fish at all. I don't fish at all. Just raise the worms. Don't fish at all. Georgia jumpers. I'm sure they are. I am 100% sure they are. If they're kind of small and red, and if when they hit the water they go crazy, then it's probably. But I found them. We saw a documentary about raising worms. Seemed like a good idea. Uh, Furthest I ever rode my bike. I'm not a long distance. I'm not long distance at all. Okay, not at all. So probably an hour and a half each way. So it was 3 hours, but not straight. An hour and a half to get there, little rest, and then we came back. My riding on the bike is more of an like a fast exercise routine. I have a couple of circuits. One is about 25 minutes and one's about 35. But it's a fast, I do it for exercise more than anything else. Does my wife cook? Actually, she does. She's a great cook. What type of bike? I cannot tell you what type of bike. It is, well, what type of bike? It's a, oh man, I'm bad at this. Pepe would know, but it's a carbon something or other. Very light. Not the lightest, but very light. Road bike. It's a road bike. So it's not a mountain bike. Well, when you said make, I thought you meant literally the brand, like Norco or something like that. Oh, no batteries. No, 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 no. This is a bike. Oh, I see what you mean. This is a bike. Yeah, no batteries. Look at it. Again, this HCP. Why didn't you do this earlier for me? But look at the MBI, Pepe. My goodness. Now, you see, there are some questions, and then there are some questions. Some questions make sense. Some make no sense at all. And you know who you are. All right, guys, I'm done. I'm done. Fun while it lasted. Okay, guys, so the rooms will be open. I'll get on the mic at 9 o'clock Monday morning. Have a great, great weekend, everybody. We'll see you again, 9 o'clock Monday morning. I'm putting myself on mute right now. Sorry, mute right. First of all, get rid of the screen sharing. And now I'm muting. Same with YouTubers now.